drills it to center field, and that is over goes his head.
He leaned back on this baby.
Kendrys Morales with a 3-run blast. Schessler, Cuthbert, and have a night. Royals baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Home sweet home for the Royals with a win tonight. That will be 9 consecutive winning home series for the Royals. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the ballpark with Rex Hudler. I'm Ryan Lefevre. The Royals have already hit more home runs now than they did all of last year, and they hit 4 last night for the first time in 2 seasons.
What a breath of fresh air, not just for the fans, because everybody loves the long ball, no doubt about it, but for those pitchers, that takes the pressure off of them. Nice to see a laugher once in a while, but those home runs provide that.
And when the Royals hit 2 or more home runs this year, it's almost a guaranteed victory. Our Academy Sports and Outdoors leaderboard, when they accomplish that, they are 22-2.
It's not like guys are up there looking for the home run. Home runs are a byproduct of a good swing. But sometimes you get in that groove and you start catching them right and everything's contagious. Even Cuthbert went deep. That was a beautiful stroke by the young man to keep it fair. Takes some skill. Nice to see that production.
And even with 4 home runs and 12 runs last night, Royals pitching, led by Yordano Ventura, only allowed 1 run. Tonight it's Edinson Volquez going for his 13th victory. Joel and Monty will discuss his season when we come back.
And the Royals putting up a 3 spot on young Matt Boyd 5 days after he was great against them. And the Royals, when they take a lead into the 2nd inning, are 33-10 on the season. Keep an eye on that first inning tonight. Opponents batting .441 against Boyd in the first inning. Joel Goldberg alongside of Royals Hall of Famer Jeff Montgomery. Rubber game between these teams. Monty, this game could be one of streaks. The Tigers have an 8-game losing streak, a 5-game losing streak, and 3 4-game losing streaks. The Royals, the most they've had are 2 4-game losing streaks. That's it. What's one of the big reasons?
Well, Eddie Volquez obviously is a big reason. He's a guy that's going out and taking the mound every 5th day. He's the only guy of the original 5 out of spring training who's gone to the post every start this year, and he's been steady in all those starts. He's a guy that provides innings, and he's been able to stop some losing streaks, and they haven't been long streaks, but he's been the guy that for the most part has been a stopper when they've needed one. Gone
6 innings or more every start since the All-Star break. If he keeps that up, he'll hit a big number at the end of the year.
Yeah, 200 innings is a very nice plateau for a starting pitcher to shoot for, and I think Eddie Volquez has a great chance of accomplishing that.
Well, he is walking in right now in front of this Kauffman Stadium crowd. Steady Eddie and the Royals looking for another home series win. First pitch is next.
Gives back to schools across Missouri, so play it forward with the Missouri Lottery. And by your Kansas City Chevy dealers. Visit your local Chevy dealers today for great prices on all the new 2015 vehicles. Royals lead increases by a half game before they even throw a pitch tonight, as Minnesota lost at home earlier today 6-4 to the White Sox, and now the White Sox are on their way to Kansas City. So the Royals' magic number to clinch the Central Division is down to 18. A win tonight, they take 2 out of 3 from the Tigers. The Royals are 8-7 against Detroit this year. Tigers had a big night in game 1, scoring 6 runs, and then were held down by Yordano Ventura in the bullpen last night, losing 12-1. And tonight they get right-hander Edinson Volquez.
Yeah, they do. Not a pleasant guy to face either. With his type of movement on his fastball, he's got a great 2-seamer, 4-seamer. The league is hitting .299 off of that pitch. However, the changeup and curve, his other 2 secondary pitches, have been outstanding. They're only hitting 178 on the changeup and 191 on his curve. He's got 3 really good pitches, 4 including the 2- and 4-seam fastball.
And the Royals defensively presented by Ford, and it's shocking almost to see a lineup without Alcides Escobar in it.
Yeah, a couple of young guys on the left side with Colon and Cuthbert over there, but they both are very capable of doing a nice job, make all the plays that are at you, and you're throwing a spectacular play once in a while, it brings the crowd to their feet and a tip of the cap.
Escobar had started 59 consecutive games at shortstop going back to the end of June. So it's Anthony Gose leading off. Gose had a big night in the Tigers' victory, 6-5. That was in game 1 of the series. He was on base 3 times and scored twice, and he scored the Tigers' only run last night. And the first pitch of the game is a little bit below the knees, ball 1.
Pretty good location. Volquez's pitches, most all of them have downward movement, so he's going to make a few outs in the air, but most of them on the ground. Gose is having a nice first full season in the big leagues. I think he's only going to get better, this guy. He's got really good speed. He pressures defenses. He runs hard, and he drives the ball all over the ballpark. Wherever it's thrown, he tries to go with it.
First year with the Tigers, coming over in a trade with the Blue Jays during the offseason. Got off to a very good start. Hit 282, but batting below 200 since the All-Star break.
Well, one of the toughest things for a guy in his first year is to... Ooh, man.
Home run number 5, and that was a big boy home run over the bullpen. He hit the concrete walkway, and that thing almost bounced into rivals. And Anthony Gose has scored his 4th run of this series.
Boy, nice easy swing. Talked about how he likes to hit it where it's pitched. This ball was inside, 2-seam fastball. Didn't give up on it. Nice easy swing and caught the back underside. 5th homer of the year, and the 7th to a left-handed batter by Volquez.
And now Ian Kinsler. Delayed call and a strike by Ryan Blackman right away. Kinsler's not happy with the strike zone. Right before Gose hit the home run, he wasn't happy with the pitch that was called a strike. And now it's 0-2. Kinsler's first plate appearance last night, he took one right between the S and the L on the back of his jersey from Yordano Ventura. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
It's a good 0-2 pitch there. Borderline outside, nothing down the middle. Kinsler 5 for 13 in his career off of Volquez.
And that's into center field. And Kinsler kind of flung his bat toward the Royals dugout as he was going up the first base line. And there were several Royals who just, you could see their heads shifting from home plate to first base, watching him going up the first base line after doing that. Blackney behind the plate, Eric Cooper at first, crew chief Gary Cedarstrom at second, who threw out Miguel Cabrera, and Quinn Wolcott is the umpire at third.
Just discarding his bat. I didn't see any harm in that.
Miguel Cabrera takes down and away ball 1. Called that on strikes last night by home plate umpire Quinn Wolcott in the 4th inning. He argued with Wolcott. His teammates and his manager were able to get him to head back to the dugout, but on his way to the dugout he started yelling at third base umpire Gary Cedarstrom, who threw him out of the game.
Well, it might not have been a bad toss. I don't know what his fine will be, but the way Ventura was pitching, not about bad exit. He didn't want to get one between the blades either. Volquez has been really good in inducing ground ball double plays. 17 on the year he's had guys rolling over. Cabrera, he's hard to double up. Even though he's grounded into 12, he stays inside the ball and goes to the opposite field. Caught part of the zone. You got to go. Then he looked down at third base umpire Gary Cederstrom, and Gary's not going to take anything from him. He had his chance there. I thought the home plate umpire did a nice job of not running him.
And he had his time on the field to argue. They gave him plenty of time to vent. Three balls, one strike. And Cabrera has been back long enough now from the disabled list that he qualifies for the batting title and has a big lead, going for his 5th batting title in 6 years, and that's a shot into center field. And the Tigers have greeted Volquez with 3 consecutive hits, a home run, and now back-to-back singles to center field.
Well, first innings can be trouble for veterans or rookies. It doesn't matter. You're trying to get gauge, but that ball down the middle to a hitter like that, he will not miss it. I mean, that's exactly what you want to do. Take it back up the middle if you can. Volquez fortunate to get out of the way of both of them. The last 2 hits went right by Volquez. But he's going to have to stay on the corners. Try to keep it out of the middle.
There's that big lead, 40 points over Michael Brantley.
And after missing 35 games with his calf injury, you'd think there'd be maybe a little let off. No rehab for him. He doesn't have to go down to the minors. That guy's too good a hitter. He's a great hitter.
Now JD Martinez, he's after the first pitch and fouls it back. Martinez is 2 for 7 in this series. He has Kinsler at second base and Cabrera at first. 1-0 Detroit on the leadoff home run by Anthony Gose. At the knees, snowballs, 2 strikes.
There you go. That's the location he wants. Got to believe the Royals pitching staff is pretty proud of how they pitched JD Martinez so far this year. They've had his number. He's only hit 174 with just 1 RBI, and they've kept the ball in the yard. Last year, he wore the Royals out, hitting 446 with 5 homers. This year, man, they've really kept it away from the barrel of his bat so far.
Still 0-2 on JD Martinez. .146 strikeouts. Only Chris Davis of the Orioles has struck out more in the American League. Volquez has struck out 124 this year. And fouled away again.
That pitch was right down the middle. JD Martinez missing it. He's grounded in 9 double plays.
Pitched well on Friday, giving up 1 earned run in 6 2/3 innings. He really grinded through the first 3 innings. He threw almost 60 pitches in those first 3 innings, but hit his stride and retired 12 of the last 14. And he's kind of grinding through this top of the first inning tonight.
Yeah, 17 pitches and no outs. He's heading to another one of those high pitch count early innings.
And the Tigers, like the Royals, have had a good year this year as far as first inning run production. That rides inside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Royals have scored the second most runs in the first inning this year. The Tigers have scored the fourth most runs in the first inning this year. And now 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Volquez is the one starter that the Royals have that really don't care too much about his tempo. He takes a lot of time in between pitches, and he's trying to figure out a way to shut these guys down early.
Broken bat, and that ball's going to drop. Colon with an awkward underhand toss to Zobrist. So the Royals get the first out, and they still have a chance for a ground ball double play. Kinsler goes to third, and JD Martinez is on with 1 away.
For a shortstop, that's like a changeup coming. You're not sure how to read that, but then he comes right in right away and knows he can get the lead runner. Cabrera is not that fleet of foot. So now that double play would really come in handy for him if he could find a way. Victor's ground into 15. So far, 30 seconds in between pitches for Volquez. Taking his time.
Breaking ball is down and in to Victor Martinez. 1 for 12 in the past against Edinson Volquez, and 0 for 7 in this series. Back with a changeup. 1 ball, 1 strike. I'd mentioned the 17 ground balls that have turned into double plays for Volquez. That ties his career high from last year. So his next ground ball double play will be a new career high for him. And we're just in the early part of September.
Well, we're trying to talk him into it here.
2-1.
Talked about the changeup. Opponent's only hitting 178. That changeup to a lefty goes away and down. So if you try to pull that ball, that's a good ground ball double play pitch.
Two and two. And with that very good changeup and with that fastball that runs away from lefties, he has done much better against lefties this year than righties. In his career, he's been better against right-hand batters and lefties.
That fastball with some good movement up, just out of the zone. That's where he wants to keep that fastball, and out of the middle. Those guys let him know early. If it's in the middle, it's trouble. Last 31 games for Victor Martinez, just 172 average. Stay down.
Spoils another pitch, still 2-2. Anthony Gose opened the inning with a home run. Kinsler singled. Cabrera singled. And Volquez got an out on a ground ball from JD Martinez and a force out at second base. So 1 out, and this will be his 25th pitch of the inning. And Martinez fouls it away again. Talked about this last night. You wouldn't expect a hitter like Victor Martinez, who can hit for power. He hasn't hit for much power this year. He's been on the disabled list with a bad knee, but you wouldn't expect his type to be very difficult to strike out, but he is one of the toughest. Last year he was almost impossible to strike out. It took one every 15 at bats to get a strikeout from him. And now he works a full count. And we'll see if Brad Ausmus, trying to avoid a ground ball double play, will cut loose JD Martinez on this next pitch. That's Nick Castellanos on deck. Former high school teammates there, Eric Hosmer and Castellanos, who is waiting on deck. And spent a couple of years in high school together in Miami. JD Martinez also from Florida. He does run, and Martinez pulls it foul into the Royals dugout.
Man, Victor Martinez is battling here in his first at bat of the afternoon, the evening here. 3-2, expecting a fastball. He got a changeup, turned it over, stayed in the middle. Victor missed a little out in front of it. That's what that pitch is designed to do, to change the speed, to get the hitter off balance, pulls off of it. See if he can get a strike him out, throw him out. If he goes. But you said he's tough to strike out, and those pitches now he's been executing on Martinez have all been good pitches, and he's just getting a piece of it, looking for a better one.
Running again. He strikes out, no throw. So Martinez swipes second base, and Volquez gets the second out of the inning against a hitter who is very tough to strike out.
Stayed with the changeup, and that's a good pitch. It finishes down below the knees. That's exactly where he wanted.
And now second and third for Castellanos. 1 for 7 so far in the series. Good breaking ball for strike one. This is a situation where the Royals have really thrived this year as a team, hitting with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. They lead the league, and Castellanos individually has thrived, hitting .325, and he has Kinsler at third, JD Martinez at second. And that's high and inside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Volquez, the few curveballs he's thrown looks really short. It almost looks like a slider tonight, so he's not getting real good depth to that curveball that we're used to seeing. Maybe overthrowing it a little bit, but it's not quite the curve that he has. So maybe that pitch is not working as well for him.
Breaking ball, late swing, and Castellanos gets it up the right field line. So Kinsler scores, Martinez scores, and Volquez has allowed 3 in the top of the first inning. Castellanos comes through again with 2 outs and runners in scoring position.
Okay, now his pitches are all elevated, especially a breaking ball like that gives a hitter of his quality time to wait on it, and then he just kept it fair with a good late swing, found the hole. You know what, we talk about the tempo. You know, the tempo shows a lot, and it looks like Volquez is not confident because he's taken so long in between pitches. He's figuring it out, that he's trying to figure it out, but in the meantime the Tigers are looking at him going, guys, look at him, we're going to get him. He doesn't look confident. And they have gotten him. 31 pitches. They're wearing him down early.
Tyler Collins with Castellanos at second base. He is 3 for 7 in the series. changeup. 1 ball, 1 strike. This will be pitch number 34 in what is a 20-minute top of the first inning. Good fastball at 94. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Two and two. Fouled away. Breaking ball. So the pitch that gave him the most trouble in a 3-run top of the first inning is the one that gets him out of the inning. As a breaking ball strikes out Collins. 3-0 Detroit. Royals last night scored in each of the first 5 innings. They scored all 12 of their runs in the first 5 innings, and it was Ben Zobrist with a first-inning home run against Randy Wolf. Tonight, Zobrist will lead off as Alcides Escobar hits the night off. Johnny Gomes is back in there in right field. Alex Gordon returns for his 2nd game since coming back from the disabled list. And for the 3rd time this season, the Royals will face the rookie lefty Matt Boyd.
Yeah, they got a pretty good idea about him now. Faced him a couple of times. He had one really good start in Detroit against him, and then they got him back here at the K. The Royals offense did. Opponents are hitting .329 off of him. Overall, he's not overpowering lefty. He's going to go 88 to 93, 2 and 4 seam. He tries to sink his fastball, slider change, and occasional curveballs. A little bit of deception. Look up in the zone for some mistakes.
Which up in the zone is something the Royals will have to manage very carefully, because in Boyd's good start against the Royals, he pitched effectively up in the zone.
And he mixed in that lethal changeup and really messed him up.
Bunting and foul, backing over the screen.
Zobrist trying to drag bunt there down the third base line. Sometimes, it's a little bit easier to push that ball to first base off a lefty because most left-handed starters do fall off to the third base side. But a little bit too high. Hard to get that one down. Good idea.
Still 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ben Zobrist, since coming over in the trade, is hitting .319 as a Royal, but at Kauffman Stadium he is hitting .348, and he has always hit well at Kauffman Stadium. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Since he's been with the Royals, he has a .412 on base percentage, which really fits that role for a leadoff hitter. Just get on base.
Change up, and he pulls it foul. So whether a Royal, an Oakland Athletic, or a Tampa Bay Ray, Ben Zobrist has hit .348 in this ballpark. And pulled foul again, right through the legs of third base coach Mike Jerschele. A reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. McCann sets up way inside, and Zobrist pulls it through the left side, and the Royals have the leadoff man on.
Excellent start. 8 pitches. McCann looking for a pitch down in the zone. That's right where he wanted it. Zobrist was able to get it on the 8th swing. 8th pitch.
And now Lorenzo Cain with his 10-game hitting streak. It is the second 10-game hitting streak he has had this year, and before this year he had never hit in more than 9 straight. Fastball up and away, ball 1.
Lorenzo Cain loves to hit, especially lefties. .357, 6 home runs against left-handers, and in this streak he's been hot. .385.
And now he's ahead in the count, 2-0. Happy birthday, although she looks a little young to be 75.
She might be talking about her grandma.
Helped him out. 2 balls, 1 strike. Now, typically a team goes up there against a left-hander like Boyd, who doesn't throw very hard, and you say make him pitch up. But he gave the Royals a bad time almost exactly a month ago tonight by pitching up in the strike zone, and second time around the Royals had to get him lower in the strike zone. Won his first major league game against the Royals in Detroit on August 5th. And in the win he had 15 flyouts. In the loss he had 4 flyouts, so combined 19, but the bulk of those came in his first start, and 5 of those were infield pop-ups. Kind of a left-handed version of Chris Young. The Royals just could not resist the pitch that was right around the letters, maybe just below the letters, trying to elevate him, and just played right into his hands.
That's right, and James McCann caught him there, and their game plan was to use that big part of the ballpark in Comerica, 420 dead center, and he pitched to that, and he said, here, I'm going to throw it up and hit it as far as you can. Good luck to you. And it worked, coupled with a good changeup he had.
Now a strike, and now Kane's not sure. There were a few bewildered expressions on the faces of the Tigers as they batted in the top of the first inning with tonight's strike zone.
Yep, and you not look down. Lorenzo Cain was ready to take his base. In fairness to Eddie Volquez, Boyd, he's averaging over 30 seconds in between pitches as well.
Zobrist read that move. Kane, diving play at third by Castellanos, and then he couldn't get the grip. And that's a base hit, so give Kane an 11-game hitting streak. And the Royals have 2 on with nobody out.
Yeah, Lorenzo Cain waiting him out. That ball was up over the middle. Good short compact swing. Castellanos had it in the heel of his glove, and then the transfer from glove to hand. Couldn't make it happen. He'll take it. Another infield hit. 118th infield hit on the year. That's tied for third in the American League. You got good speed. They turn those infield hits into rallies.
2 on for Eric Hosmer, and McCann really wants this pitch down, and it stayed up. Got a good breaking ball in for a strike.
The Royals have always done a good job capitalizing on their opponents after they score, and the Royals have scored 91 first inning runs this year. So they like to score in the first.
And now a fastball in for a strike. Hosmer's not sure. Boyd is not one of those lefties, and we're only talking about 8 major league appearances. That's going to put a lot of fear into left-hand batters. I mean, they have worn him out. He's better against righties, and even righties are hitting over 300. Pitch was supposed to be inside, and Boyd missed up and away. 1-2 to Hosmer.
You know, Boyd has given up 6 home runs in his last 3 starts, so you can definitely ride him out of the ballpark, especially the homers that were hit last night. Maybe some of these Royals can continue to put up some instant runs. We'll see. Hosmer 3 for 6 in his career.
And now 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Oz has a nice average against lefties, 278 with 3 homers. August 14th was the last time Hosmer hit a homer. 64 at bats, he's due.
Triggered but did not swing, and the count goes from 0-2 to 3-2. And now Boyd is about to make his 20th pitch, and he has not recorded an out. Edinson Volquez needed 38 pitches to get to the top of the first inning, and the Tigers got him for 3. And Hosmer lays off the curveball, and the Royals have the bases loaded with nobody out.
Excuse me, 48th walk by Hosmer, and he's not afraid to take his walks because he knows who's hitting behind him.
An early trip to the mound for Jeff Jones. Last thing he thought he was going to have to do after the Tigers gave Boyd a 3-run lead. Gives up a single followed by an infield single and a walk. And now Morales, Gomes, Gordon coming up. Kendrys Morales had one of the 4 home runs last night. His came in the 4th inning, a 3-run shot out of Guido Knutson.
Morales has never homered in 3 consecutive games.
Inside, ball 1.
Those numbers don't surprise me. He's a professional RBI guy. He looks to knock in runs. And what's impressive about the average is that he uses the whole field. He's not a dead pull hitter.
Line, base hit left field. Collins heaves it to the plate. It's cut off, and the Royals get 2 back. And Morales drives in his 95th and 96 runs of the year.
Just like that, Royals capitalizing again after their opponents dropped 3 in the first. Changeup that just stayed floating up in the middle, and Morales was easy swing on that. He's going to pull it, and his timing was just right. Bad location.
Third in the league in RBIs. And now he's on for Johnny Gomes, who takes a strike. Gomes made his Royals debut last night and didn't wait very long to have an impact. His first pitch as a hitter in a Royals uniform, he doubled to center field off of Randy Wolf.
Slightly open stance, loves to pull the ball. He's up on the plate. Hitter like Gomes, with his success he's had off the lefties, you know, he's not looking to water the garden in right field, that's for sure. He's looking for anything out over, just like Morales was. And with his short, compact stroke, he could be dangerous.
One ball, one strike. And if you like to go with OPS, on base plus slugging, Johnny Gomes' OPS against left-hand pitchers this year is just under 900.
Whew. Boyd being careful here.
Pulled foul. One ball and 2 strikes.
A little out in front of that 91-mile-an-hour fastball. So when you take a swing like that and you pull it on his fastball, he might get a changeup coming now to see if he'll swing and miss on. So far in his first inning, Boyd's not able to command that changeup very well. He left it out over the middle to Morales, who knocked in those 2 runs.
You know, I don't remember this coming up about Ben Zobrist or Johnny Gomes, but as it has turned out, they both were very good in this ballpark before they became Royals. We showed you Zobrist earlier in this inning, and Gomes hits .378 here, and he hits a curveball to third. Castellanos will get the out at second base, and the Tigers turn the double play, and Hosmer will go to third. There's the former high school teammates, Hosmer and Castellanos, and a big ovation for Alex Gordon. Returned to the lineup on Tuesday after missing 1 day shy of 8 weeks. And Alex drove in a run, had a double and a single, and then got last night off.
Alex, strong numbers against left-handers this season. 281 with 4 home runs out of his 11.
One ball, one strike. They were still coming out and sitting in left field. Gordo Nation, while he was on the disabled list.
I believe they were. Look at those numbers. 2 outs. Ooh, that's a big hanging curve there that he's fortunate he left that in the inner half. You can read this a mile away. When it starts out around your shoulders, hitters can tell that's going to be a hanger. If it starts out around your waist, it's going to be in the dirt. That's how you pick up that release point on that breaker.
3-1. And now Boyd has thrown 30 pitches. 68 pitches so far in the first inning. And that's the second walk of the inning for Matt Boyd.
Well, obviously Boyd not showing any confidence. We've talked about the time in between pitches, and that's important for your defense to make the plays, and also it kind of gives a sign that you're not real secure in your pitches, not real confident. Salvi just a 206 hitter average wise against lefties, but he does have 4 homers. He's got a nice 304 average with the runner in scoring position. See if he can pick up Hosmer.
Fastball in for strike 1 and 95.
Put a little bit more heat on that one.
Back in 93, and it's 0-2 on Sal.
Salvi looked like he had the right idea there as they got a little action up in their bullpen. That was an inside out swing on a fastball, so it tells me Salvi's thinking about right field here.
It's Kyle Ryan. Fastball that was up, that would have hit the target. James McCann wanted to get Salvi to chase one up and out of the strike zone, and he was able to make contact.
Pitcher gets ahead of the hitter, he can toy with him. That really is a setup pitch for this next one possibly.
Very high, and Sal had to duck his head.
So he went with the thought that maybe I got him to swing at it once, we can climb the ladder a little higher, but no.
Camera well off to the third base side. Royals as a team this year hit .283 with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. Salvador Perez hits .373. And with that pitch, Matt Boyd is guaranteed to throw at least the same number of pitches Edinson Volquez threw in the top of the first inning.
Salvi's not easy to strike out either. I know 31 strikeouts, or excuse me, it's been 31 at bats since he struck out. So he's a battler up there. He's going to try to foul off anything close. He's an excellent bad ball hitter. Try to come in on him.
Broke his bat. Castellanos, bare hands, throws wide, but Cabrera stretches, and that ends the inning. A 45-minute, 76-pitch first inning.
Wow. And we got a game, folks.
Saturday for Arts Night. Pre-game festivities will take place in the Outfield Experience, featuring an array of interactive booths from the local art scene. A live chalk artist will create a Royals-inspired mural, and live music from local group Victor and Penny. And the purchase of this discounted ticket package provides a $5 donation to the Arts KC Fund. Took 45 minutes to play the first inning. Edinson Volquez had a 38 pitch top of the first. He allowed 3 runs, and then Matt Boyd thought that looked fun, so he had a 38 pitch bottom of the first inning, and he allowed 2 runs. James McCann leads off. Volquez had a lot of trouble with his breaking ball in the first inning, could not get that pitch down, and that one was high to McCann. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cuthbert in the hole, throws out McCann.
Salvador Perez, every once in a while, he knows an off-speed pitch is coming. He'll alert the corners, either Hosmer or whoever's playing third. Tonight it's Cuthbert. Watch him. See him? He's kind of put his glove out there saying, watch out. And sure enough, Cuthbert moved towards the line in the pitch, and there it came. Sometimes that's a big help. Now, typically a shortstop in that situation will let the third baseman know on an off-speed pitch with either a or you call the guy's first name.
There's good fortune there as Iglesias lines to center.
And that's good to know. If you're a corner guy and something soft's coming, that hitter's more likely going to pull that ball. So it's nice to know ahead of time. Sometimes they don't do that, but Salvi does a good job of letting them know. It really does help them.
So 4 pitches, 2 outs for Volquez in the second inning. And now Anthony Gose, who had a long home run to right field to begin the game, cleared the right field bullpen, and the ball hit the concrete walkway and almost bounced all the way up into rivals. It was Gose's 5th home run of the season. And now bunting. 1-1.
You put a nice easy swing on a pitch that's an inside pitch, and you just put an easy swing and catch it just right. The ball really jumps, and it's not how hard you swing, it's just the way you swing and catching it, that ball at the right point on the bat. That's what that home run was, his first one.
Two and one on Gose. That long inning in the bottom of the first inning allowed the Royals to get 2 runs back. It also gave Volquez a chance to catch his breath after a long top of the first inning. And now he's trying to run Matt Boyd back out there as quickly as he can. 3-1 on Gose. The worst thing that Boyd could have done to Volquez was have a very quick bottom of the first inning and force Volquez to get right back out there after 38 pitches, but he had plenty of time to get a drink of water, change his undershirt, catch his breath, and after getting the first 2 outs, he walks Gose, and that's Volquez's first of the night. Up comes Ian Kinsler. He singled to center field and scored one of the 3 first inning runs.
Gose has 19 steals, has been caught 10 times. Volquez can trust Salvador Perez. It's not a bad running situation here with Kinsler. If you do throw him out, you got Kinsler lead off the next inning. Cabrera on deck.
Outside with a fastball.
Opponents are 13 of 17 in steals against Volquez. Pretty high success rate there.
And now 2-0. Volquez showing some frustration with his body language. Salvador Perez reads that and decides to go out there and try and nip this in the bud. While they visit, we will show you our University of Kansas Hospital injury report for tonight. Minnesota closer Glenn Perkins is going to miss the beginning of the Twins road trip, which actually began today as they lost to Chicago and then got on an airplane. Perkins, with back spasms, not able to get on the airplane, so he will miss the road trip, and that road trip will include Minnesota coming here to Kauffman Stadium for a 3-game series beginning Monday. Gose runs, and the throw is high, and he steals his 20th, and it's 2-1 on Ian Kinsler.
Gose, excellent takeaway. Full speed in 2 steps. See how he's inside the line there, inside the bases? That's the best path and shortest path right there. And also the lead off staying inside that base. When the pitcher looks over there, it's deceptive. It looks like the runner's closer to the bag when really he's not. It's good to stay inside that bag if you're going to steal.
Breaking ball stayed up, but it's taken for a strike. 2-2. Toyota league leaders looks at the best pitchers with runners in scoring position. Normally we're talking about hitters with runners in scoring position, and only Wei Yin Chen of the Orioles has a lower opponent's batting average in those situations than Edinson Volquez. Popped up to Kane, and that average will go down as Kinsler flies to center with a runner in scoring position. Volquez gets around the 2-out walk and the stolen base. It is 3-2 Detroit to the bottom of the second inning. He will never forget last night.
And it's a beautiful thing to see his production. That's why. And plus, you know, the curtain call, everything. I mean, he does a great job. Both sides of the ball defensively, showing his great skills there. Lateral range, pumping Ventura up, and that curtain call is something special.
And then, of course, the first major league home run, and going down to a knee to hit it.
Yeah, and keeping his hands inside the ball really prevented that from hooking around that pole. And so just a tremendous evening. And you know, in baseball, you hope games like that, you know, you can really hold on to those. But in baseball, till you get to the ballpark the next day, it's over. What have you done for me lately? Check it out here. Adrian Beltre on the right, future Hall of Fame third baseman. Look at him, both similar, going down to run one knee, but Beltre with a little more experience can actually go to one knee and hit a home run. Cuthbert just doing all he could to keep that ball fair.
Curveball at 69 that came out of the lights makes it 1-2 on Cuthbert. And a fastball in on him, down 1-2, and he turns on it and singles to left to begin the second inning.
Yep, tried to get in there on him. It jammed him, kept his bat intact. No break on the bat. He'll take it. Stay hot.
Solid bat flip, too.
Yeah, and did you hear the bat when he threw it down? If it's broke, you can hear it. But it sounded bunk, like it stayed intact. You gotta love it. That bat will see another opportunity.
Strike two, Christian Colon. Came on in the middle of the game last night as a pinch runner for Alcides Escobar. So Escobar will get about a game and a half off. Colon also had an at bat later in the game. And down quickly, no balls, 2 strikes.
You know, for a guy like Escobar who's used to playing every day, it's not familiar territory for him to come to the ballpark. And I'm sure Ned told him last night that we're going to give you tomorrow off too. So he's not used to that, but it's good to recharge and you know, take a day and watch the players and pull for them. Can be very helpful.
And that's into center field. So Cuthbert was down 1-2. Colon was down 0-2. And the Royals have runners at first and second and nobody out.
Colon was able to stay with his changeup, or it looked like a curveball down, but man, I tell you, that's really good. Now that's what I consider a booty knock. Watch him, he falls out, but he's able to reach out, keep his head on the ball, and go with it right up the middle. Cuthbert, I like, he took that turn like he was going to head to third base, but he wisely stopped. Goes to center fielder, has a good strong arm. And with nobody out, you don't want to make that first out of third base.
And Zobrist is leading off tonight with Escobar out of the lineup. And leading off the first inning, he singled to left and scored one of the 2 runs. There's Escobar. Chance to get a physical and a mental break tonight. Going the other way, and that's a base hit into right center. Cuthbert will be waved home, and the throw will go to third. Colon is safe there, and the Royals tie the game. Zobrist continues to thrive here in Kansas City. He is 2 for 2.
Colon and Zobrist, the 9-1 hitters, doing a great job of waiting on that off-speed pitch. There it is again, a changeup on the outer half at 77. Zobrist, that's textbook. Exactly what you want to do. He waits to the last minute, short, handsy type swing. Zobrist hitting it where it's pitched. Oh, you're going good.
And for a second straight inning, Tiger pitching coach Jeff Jones makes a trip to the mound, and for a second straight inning, Kyle Ryan, a lefty, warms up in the Detroit bullpen. Lorenzo Cain, with an 11-game hitting streak, is coming up with runners at first and third and nobody out. We remind you to vote for the Royals Player of the Month at rallyhouse.com. You'll be entered to win a majestic prize pack from Rally House. Driven in 7 during the streak. He scored a run after extending the streak with an infield single in the first inning. He has Colon at third, Zobrist at first, and nobody out. And the Royals, just 10 batters into the game against Boyd, have 6 hits.
Yeah, that's the pitch there that he better start working. He better start coming in hard with that heater, because the Royals are feasting on his off-speed pitches middle away. In order for a lefty that's not that overpowering, I mean, we've seen some 95. That's a good fastball in the big leagues. That's above average, but you've got to pitch righties in to set up that pitch away, and he's not doing it.
Inside again, 2-0.
Two straight fastballs inside. You would think that a 2-0 count fastball's coming, but if you're a smart hitter like Lorenzo Cain, he might be looking for a changeup here. Let's see what McCann calls. Looks like he might try to stay inside on him again.
And it stayed out over the plate. That ball will carry to the warning track, and Collins Mullins up against the wall. Gone for a 3-run home run. Gotta be honest, Hud, I was just about to say that Matt Boyd is lucky that that ball stayed in the ballpark. As it looked like Kane just missed it.
That ball was hit a mile high. I can't believe it left the K here, a big yard. Wow, tremendous hang time on that fly ball home run. Lorenzo Cain, he reached out and leaned back like he likes to do, staying scalding hot with his 14th home run. Just snuck over the back of the wall. Zobrist, he went back to tag. He didn't think it was going to be out either. Lorenzo Cain didn't want to pass him. Way to put the brakes on. And, you know, Lorenzo Cain says, I better slow down. I don't want to ruin that one.
The Tigers scored 3 in the first. The Royals come back with 2 in the first and now 4 in the second. Still nobody out.
Violet to Bombardier.
Kyle Ryan out of the Tiger bullpen, and he throws a strike to Eric Hosmer, who took a walk in the first inning.
Two-seam fastball, and it was left out over the middle. After the 2 previous pitches were fastballs in, he stayed with a 2-0 heater, and he paid for it. Lorenzo Cain, man, I'll tell you what. Look at this super slow motion on Fox Vision here. The hips turn nicely, good balance, head on the ball. That's a beauty.
Hosmer is on base for a second time. The Royals have 8 hits already. Hosmer will hold with a long single, and the first 5 have reached in the bottom of the second inning. Well, the Chiefs are playing tonight. How about this for hang time?
Yeah, Dustin Colquitt, their punter, would be envious of this hang time. 7 seconds. Wow, that's got to be the most air underneath the home run here at the K we've seen all year. I mean, tell you. I mean, you got Zobrist going back to tag at first base.
I thought Boyd was fortunate. I thought he made a mistake. That pitch was supposed to be inside again. It was out over the plate, and I thought it was just going to be a sacrifice fly, and the Royals were going to get a run. But that ball just continued to carry. It's a warm night. Temperatures were in the low 90s in Kansas City today. The wind is out of the south, so it's blowing toward left. I mean, he made solid contact, but he just hit it so high. But that allowed the humidity to help it out, the wind to push it just enough. And he cleared the 387 mark in left field. One and two from Kyle Ryan to Kendrys Morales, who had a big hit for the Royals in the first inning. The Tigers scored 3 in the top of the first, and the Royals' first 4 reached in the bottom of the first inning. And Morales hit a 2-run single to drive in Zobrist and Kane. And Morales has 96 RBIs.
Dave Holtzman just looked it up. The longest punt hang time in NFL history, 8 seconds. I wonder if that's Ray Guy.
He'll find out.
Yep, he's looking now.
Stay tuned.
He's looking again. 88-93 with his fastball. He cuts it, curveball, changeup. Not overpowering guy. Similar to Boyd, but different arm angle. Low 3/4.
He doesn't remind me as far as stuff goes, but physical appearance and mechanics, he reminds me a little bit of Chris Sale. A little bit of a herky-jerky motion, throws across his body. Slender build. Chopped out to Castellanos. They play it to first. Morales is out. That's the first out of the inning. And Hosmer goes to second.
I thought we would see Sale coming up. The White Sox are coming in. It's going to be Danks Quintana and Eric Johnson. 2 more lefties.
So Edinson Volquez with a 38 pitch 3-run bottom of the first inning, now leads by 3. An inning later, he did get the Tigers scoreless in the second inning, facing only 4. Lorenzo Cain has hit a 3-run home run in this 4-run second inning. And it brings up Johnny Gomes with Hosmer at second base and 1 out. That'll ricochet away from McCann, and that gets Hosmer to third with 1 out.
Love it. Take what they're giving you. Keep the pedal down. You know, just like we talked about in the open of our show, how the offense has been able to pick up starting pitching. And tonight is a great showing of that offense continuing from last night. Volquez, he can breathe now. Haas advancing on the ball in the dirt. Doing the little things, bringing that infield in. Or Johnny Gomes, he says, all right, I'm going to try to get up underneath one. Get a sac fly or better.
It's a busy scorecard, and we're only in the bottom of the second inning. Three 3-0 on Gomes. One of the numbers we showed you at the top of the broadcast. The Royals are 22-2 when they hit 2 or more home runs. They have 1 tonight. And when they score 6 or more runs, they are 41-4. And here they are with 6 in fewer than 2 complete innings. 3-1 on Gomes.
Yeah, you better be careful, folks. Balls are flying.
Full count on Gomes.
McCann wanted that pitch in. That ball's away.
That'll be into the crowd.
Yeah, that's right, sir. You're in the game.
Gomes went. So Ryan makes a good pitch with a hard slider down and in. 2 down. Alex took a walk in the first inning. And now he bats with 2 down and Hosmer at third base. At the knees for a strike. Grounded to first. Cabrera will take care of it. 2 wild innings. And at the end of 2, the Royals lead 6-3. Infield single, 2 runs scored, and 3 driven in with a home run. And Edinson Volquez, who had a long top of the first inning, he allowed 3 runs on 38 pitches, now has a 3-run lead and throws a strike to Miguel Cabrera in about the same spot last night where Cabrera argued with Quinn Wolcott and was eventually ejected from the game.
Exact same spot.
Out over the plate. Right before that pitch was thrown, Salvador Perez gave Volquez a target down and away. And Miguel Cabrera is 2 for 2. Hitting over 360. That's his 26th double of the year.
Same location as his last time up. It's down the middle. You throw a hitter with that type of skill, that pitch there. Look how he does it. He's not trying to pull it. He just stops himself with that front foot. Click, like about a second of a click there, and just wait and throw the hands.
Now hitting 363, so a 42-point advantage over Cleveland's Michael Brantley. Good changeup to J.D. Martinez. He reached on a force out in the first inning, stole second base, and scored a run, hitting 170 with 1 RBI against the Royals this year. One and one. That's low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Last year was a breakout season for JD Martinez. He was placed on waivers at the end of spring training by the Astros. The Tigers picked him up. Andy Dirks, who's a Kansas native from Burton, Kansas, was on the disabled list. The Tigers needed another outfielder, so they took a chance on Martinez, and he gave them 23 home runs. Another good changeup. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 23 home runs, over 70 runs driven in, and wondering how he could top that. Well, he has 34 home runs, 87 driven in now. Three and two. Volquez turns away in frustration after delivering that pitch. It's going to be a late night here and probably an early night for them.
You would think.
8:30, and we're in the top of the 3rd inning. Jammed him, and he lost his bat. The bat went over Victor Martinez's head and up against the screen. JD Martinez is the first out of the 3rd inning.
Heads up on deck.
One down to Victor Martinez. It's probably Volquez's best pitch tonight is his changeup. He hasn't quite put his breaking ball where he wants to consistently, or his fastball, but the pitch to build on tonight appears to be his changeup.
I agree. It looks like to me his curveball's doesn't have the type of depth that he normally has, and that happens. These are the kind of starts that a pitcher will have occasionally, and what you do is you may not have your best stuff, but you find a way to get it done. And when your offensive support is like it has been tonight, that gives them extra incentive to grind through it, try to get through at least 5 innings. It's a mark of a good pitcher who can win without his best stuff.
That's back into the crowd. And he has had a knack this year. I mean, Volquez's overall numbers are very good, but he's had quite a few starts where if you judged him by the first 3 innings, you'd think he wasn't going to have a very good night. And that was true on Friday at Tampa Bay when he just grinded through 3 innings. But when it was all said and done, he allowed just 2 runs in 6 2/3. He retired 12 of the last 14, and the first 3 innings tonight have been a grind. On the ground to Colon. He will throw from the grass. He has time. Victor Martinez does not run well at all. 2 outs. Time for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag KCDataStrongFan. You just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast, maybe even tonight. That's brought to you by T-Mobile. Hashtag KCDataStrongFan. Volquez almost got out of a big mess in the first inning. And then Castellanos spoiled that, jumping on a hanging breaking ball and doubled in 2 runs up the right field line. And now he bats with Cabrera at second, 2 down. There's a good slider in for a strike.
See the location of this pitch in the first inning to Castellanos, right down the middle. See how he kept his hands inside and shot that ball to right field? Boy, he's a good hitter.
Down by his feet, 0-2.
Tigers having a tough time delivering in the clutch so far. Just 1 hit with a runner in scoring position. 1 for 7.
Salvador might have been out there reminding Volquez what happened with a breaking ball and 2 strikes against Castellanos in the first inning. And that gets through Sal, but a good bounce, and Cabrera read it well.
There's Salvador Perez helping out Trevor Vance in the ground screw by replacing that divot he put on there in the back of the plate on the grass area. But I loved how he went after it. He knew who's running, that's for sure. He thought he might have a shot at him at third if he tried to advance, but Cabrera wisely stayed there at second. Watch the divot. See Salvi, his right foot really planted in that grass. He says, you know what, I better replace that.
And again going the other way, and Castellanos drops it out into shallow right field. Cabrera to the plate, Perez down to second, and Castellanos is safe. And Nick Castellanos has driven in 3 of the Tigers' 4 runs, all with 2 outs, all with little soft hit balls on off speed pitches the other way.
If again with 2 strikes, he's a good hitter. He's thinking the opposite field, and that ball was in, so that tells me all the way he was looking to go that way. Now, is this register as an infield hit? Yeah. I guess if Zobrist picks it up, it does. Salvi, good charge on a short hop pick. Colon doing a good job from keeping that from going to the outfield. That pitch was in on his hands, and he flared it out there.
Slider a little bit low to Tyler Collins. Volquez struck him out looking at a curveball in the first inning. You figure that's a big run for Detroit. If they fail to score, it's a 6-3 game at the end of 2.5, so there's plenty of game left. And yet with the Royals coming up with 4 runs in the second inning and leading 6-3, that would have been a deflating inning for them. But they get a run back, and now the tying run is at the plate. We are many innings and many relief pitchers away from this game being over, and that foul ball drilled third base coach Dave Clark.
Don't rub it. Move in. Ooh, left calf. Hit him squarely. Didn't even flinch.
Over Hosmer, and now it's going to be a 1-run game. Collins down in the count, 1-2. Drives in Castellanos, and it is 6-5.
Okay, now that's reaching out there. That's a good stroke. 84, change up down. He sat on it and stuck it. Very nice swing. Nothing wrong with the location there. He stayed on it. Check the vibration of the bat. Watch it. Yeah, when you don't hit it solidly now, he's able to keep it from breaking. But man, that's really nice of reaching out there and just taking it to right field.
And now James McCann has a chance to tie the game. And he will. The Tigers have scored 3 runs with 2 outs. And it is 6-6 in the top of the 3rd inning.
Well, Tigers, they're just contagious here in this inning because the pitches that I've seen, they're not located too bad. This is a hard running 2-seam fastball in his hands, and that bat just exploded. But it was elevated, so he's able to get it over Cuthbert's head.
And Ned Yost is forced to get Franklin Morales to warm up in the top of the 3rd. Volquez has now thrown 73 pitches. And 6 runs, ties for the most he has allowed this season. And when this inning began, the Royals had just scored 4 to give them a 6-3 lead. Iglesias lined to Kane in center field in the 2nd inning. And bunting, it got him on the hand. The Royals played that because as Cuthbert was coming down the line, even if Cuthbert came very close to getting that ball before it went foul, and Iglesias, it didn't sound like it hit the bat.
No, and man, I'm gonna tell you, that's the toughest pitch to square around on, a 2-seam fastball that's running in on your hands. That's really difficult there. That looks like that finger he was pointing to, that's his throwing fingers too. Tough. Boy. That's why you really try to keep those fingers behind that bat. But you know, that's a tough one. At that velocity coming at you. Now look at this, in super slow motion. We can see the fingers aren't exactly behind the bat, and that's too bad. That's going to put him out for a little while. Hopefully it's not broke.
Yeah, it didn't sound like it hit the bat. Cuthbert almost came in and got to that ball before it went foul. So it's 0-2, and now Andrew Romine is going to come out of the Tiger dugout, and he will inherit an 0-2 count. Fouled away by Romine. He came on in the 6th inning last night after Miguel Cabrera was ejected. And enter the game late on Tuesday defensively. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
So this is a pretty good opportunity for Romine. If he gets a base hit, it's his hit. But if he strikes out, that goes on Iglesias.
So a very painful inning for Iglesias. Tigers get 3 in the top of the 3rd, and we are tied at 6. Ministers and mates of the Kansas City District Church of the Nazarene, which is made up of active retired clergy members who have served with distinction across the years as missionaries, pastors, chaplains, and educators. As district superintendent of the Kansas City District, Dr. Rowell works with nearly 600 credentialed ministers as they serve the Northeast Kansas and Northwest Missouri communities, and he sits in the Buck O'Neil legacy seat at tonight's game.
Congratulations, Doctor. And unlike any other ballpark in America, that Buck O'Neil seat is a treasured seat. It's has never gone vacant since they dedicated that seat to the great legendary Buck O'Neil.
Pulled foul over to the Tiger dugout. Salvador Perez grounded to 3rd in the 1st inning. Kyle Ryan got all 3 outs of the 2nd inning in relief of Matt Boyd. It'll be Perez, Cuthbert, and Colon in the bottom of the 3rd. It took 1 hour and 35 minutes to play the first 2.5 innings. 1-2 on Sal. Two balls, 2 strikes.
Kyle Ryan, 88-94 with his fastball. He cuts that fastball. You just see Chris Young getting ready. Curveball and a changeup. Ooh, beauty. Changeup on the outside corner.
That's Ryan's 2nd strikeout.
That's exactly where he wanted to execute that changeup, right off the plate. It's a teaser to righties.
Chesler, Cuthbert with 1 out. He started the Royals 4-run second inning with a single to left field on a 1-2 pitch. Going the other way, and that is foul off the side wall. 1 ball, 1 strike.
As far as I know, he still didn't get his home run ball from last night. His first major league hit. Hopefully that'll show up somewhere. I mean, excuse me, first major league home run.
Checked his swing. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Those are prized souvenirs for players.
And you're usually compensated quite well if you're a fan and you end up with someone's first major league home run.
That's right.
In the form of sometimes tickets or autographed bats or balls or jerseys or name your price.
Yeah, it's much more prized possession for the hitter who does that than for the fan who gets it. Although any ball that a fan gets in a baseball game, they love it. But we got to find that ball.
Still 2-2. Getting good hacks.
Sure is. Taking good rips. He said if he gets that ball and does turn up, it's going to his mother. There you go. Every ball fielded by a fan is a treasured souvenir.
Full count on Cuthbert with Colon on deck. Fouled it down by his feet. Cuthbert is filled in very nicely for Mike Moustakas. His first 2 opportunities came when Moustakas had to leave the team for a family emergency, and now Cuthbert is playing in back-to-back games as Moustakas is nursing a sore hamstring. Great plate appearance. Down in the count, he takes a walk, and he's on for the 2nd time tonight.
Boy, that's a beauty. He earned that walk. 9-pitch at bat. 4 plate appearance, since it doesn't count as an at bat. We just found out that he did receive his home run ball, and you know what it cost him? An autographed bat. So thank you.
Told this story before, but I've always had an affection for Cheslor Cuthbert. It was 2 spring trainings ago, and our oldest son was walking around the minor league facility in Surprise, and Micah knows very little about baseball other than his dad works for the Royals, and they're the guys out there trying to hit the ball with their bat, and walking around with his little Royals cap on, and I wasn't with him. And I'd never met Cheslor Cuthbert. I knew his name, and Cuthbert had just finished batting practice on one of the minor league fields, and he had cracked his bat, and he was leaving the field and going back to the minor league clubhouse for lunch before the minor league game started, and he just walked up to our son and gave him his bat, Cheslor Cuthbert bat, and
nice.
Micah was so proud of that bat, and still is, and I haven't told Cheslor that story yet, but at some point we're going to get him to autograph that bat.
Oh,
so giving away an autographed bat to a fan for his first major league home run, the moral of the story is that's nothing for Cheslor Cuthbert.
You know, baseball players have an opportunity to make memories every day they come to the ballpark. Sometimes it's okay to take the blinders off and look around you and say, hey, look, I got an extra pair of batting gloves for a kid or somebody down that line. Sometimes it really does make a difference in their life.
1-2 on Colon. The Royals got that 4-run rally started in the second inning the hard way. Cuthbert was down 1-2. He singled against Boyd. Colon was down 0-2 and singled against Boyd, and that was just the beginning. And now Colon down 1-2. Timeout was called at the very last moment. Hit well to right field. Martinez was shallow, but he's able to go back and get it. So again, Colon has a good swing down in the count. Cuthbert is back to first, and there are 2 down. As you know, there is no better place to spend your Friday nights than here at Kauffman Stadium. Stock up on dollar hot dogs and peanuts for Buck Night, presented by Visit KC. And Buck Night is tomorrow as the White Sox are here for a 3-game series. For tickets, Royals.com or call 1-800-6-ROYALS. Fastball strike to Ben Zobrist. He's already had a big game. That little guy, he's ready for a foul ball or a home run ball right up against the railing.
He'd like a souvenir.
Zobrist has 2 hits, 2 runs scored, and an RBI. Needed all of that in the first 2 innings. And now Kyle Ryan jumps ahead. No balls and 2 strikes.
Zobrist is dangerous from both sides of the plate, and not necessarily a long ball threat, although he has his share of homers. He's dangerous because he takes a very short stride and just uses his hands so well from both sides.
Tied him up. Romine bare hands and makes a very good play to end the bottom of the 3rd inning. So Kyle Ryan, in relief of Matt Boyd, has restored some order on the Tigers side, and at the end of 3, it's a 6-6 tie.
Twins had a 4-1 lead after a grand slam off of Jeff Samardzija, but J.B. Shuck brings the White Sox back, and they take it 6-4. White Sox here for the weekend. As for the Royals, There's Alex Gordon, got the glove on his head, going to be playing every other day at this point. We asked him about this yesterday, about not playing every single day out of the gate.
You know, I'm a September call-up, so I'm just happy to be here.
Oh, stop it.
No, you know, Ned's smart. He knows what he's doing. He's trying to help this team out the best way that he can. And, you know, the thing about our team right now is we have so much depth that even if I'm not out there, we got Paulo and now Johnny Gomes. So we got a lot of guys that can step in and do what everyone's capable of doing.
Well, that was on his off day yesterday, visiting with us on Hy-Vee Royals Live. Love the sense of humor of Alex Gordon. He understands exactly what's going on. And we also talked to him, guys, just about being careful out there. He said he is being careful, and we know that he's the type of guy that likes to run through walls. We saw him pulling up a little bit more than usual the other night, and he said, I'm pretty sure you're going to see me crashing into walls again. It will come.
Yeah, and Joel, you know, it was funny to hear him as a September call-up, but really he's right. He's never had a September call-up. He got to the big leagues in 07 and was on the opening day roster in April. So I like his sense of humor, but he can look at it that way.
So far, even with all the runs and all the hits in the first 3 innings, he has not been tested in left field. Chris Young is on for the 4th inning and has a chance to win his 10th game, pitching both out of the bullpen and as a starter for the Royals this year. He has made 16 starts, but his last start was July 28th. Anthony Gose opened the game with a home run to right field, and then in the 2nd inning he reached for the walk and stole a base. No swing. 3-2.
Young does it all with a fastball, 87 to 90. Not overpowering. Got an excellent slider, and he'll mix in some changeups.
Got him to chase a pitch up. Kane sprints in from center. Colon goes out from short, and it's down for a base hit, and Gose is on for a 3rd time. And it brings up Ian Kinsler, the former Missouri Tiger. Singled and scored in the 1st inning and then flied to center in the 2nd. .88 with that fastball from Young.
Yep, a lot of deception with Chris Young. At that height, he kind of stays up underneath the ball, throws that ball. He's a fly ball pitcher. He throws it about belt high, sometimes a little bit above that zone. Gets a lot of hitters to pop it up.
Outstanding numbers this year against Detroit. 3 games, 2 starts, and an ERA well below 1.
Royals haven't needed a long man with the depth of their bullpen and all the great arms they have out there. The starting pitching's been mainly going 5 and 6 innings, but this is a great opportunity for Young to get out there and stay in the game as long as he possibly can.
And that's well hit to left field. Alex to the track, and he's got it. So it didn't quite carry for Kinsler like it did for Kane back in the 2nd inning. And Gose is back to first base, 1 down.
Gose, he wanted to score if that ball would have been off the wall. He had a good jump and took off and rounded second base, but it's important once you round second base. Kinsler just got up underneath it. Watch him now. You got to retouch going back. See, Gose is going to go there, touches second, touches it on the way back. We've seen some runners not thinking, they just cut back to first base without touching the bag, and you're out if they catch it. Now, as far as steals go, Young, he's not a guy who's too concerned about the runners. Over his career, base stealers have been successful 88% of the time. Ghost ripped off his 20th bag earlier.
Outside to Cabrera, who has 2 singles and is now batting .363. There are very few pitchers in the game who have been able to do that against Miguel Cabrera.
Better believe it. Boy, that's shocking. He normally is hitting 300 on every pitcher he faces.
Well hit, left center field. Kane makes a running play. He had to adjust at the last moment. 2 down.
Boy, the degree of difficulty difficult for this sinking. This ball is sinking fast, and Kane had to make that adjustment, like you said, Ryan, right at the last minute. He has to veer in as that ball had some extra sink to it, catches it, and closes that glove before it came out. That's good concentration. Finally got him out.
Upstairs to JD Martinez. 0 for 2 with a run scored tonight. One ball, 1 strike. We are almost 2 hours into it, and we're in the top of the 4th inning. There was no rain delay or any kind of delay except for very long first innings. Both starting pitchers who are out through 38 pitches in their halves of the first. 2 teams combined for 9 runs in the first 2 innings, and a total of 12 runs on 16 hits were accumulated between the 2 teams in the first 3 innings. Ghost takes off, and Martinez fouls it away. It's going to be a very long night for the Tigers, as they will go back to Detroit after the game tonight. So they'll have about a 1 hour 40-minute flight from Kansas City to Detroit, and of course they lose an hour. Ghost is not running, and Martinez takes high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So even with just a 3-hour game, the Tigers would be landing around 2 a.m. in Detroit. Ghost runs, and it's pounded foul. We'll do it again.
Well, that's one of the things I think Major League Baseball can look at, amongst other things. Getaway days, day games would be preferable for everyone, but not sure how that would go over. But you know, to protect the commodity of the game and the players of the commodity, fans number 2, they should look out for their interest. My opinion, I wouldn't want to have the commissioner's job. He's got a lot on his plate.
Ghost takes off, and Martinez strikes out. Chris Young out of the Royals bullpen gives up a leadoff single, but retires the next 3. Lorenzo Cain had a big night already. He'll lead off the bottom of the 4th in a 6-6 tie. The lines. Order online with rapid pickup at delivery.panerabread.com. By Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by Thoroughbred Ford. For great deals on new Ford cars and trucks, visit thoroughbredford.com. Lorenzo Cain leading off against Kyle Ryan, who's pitched well. Ryan came on in the middle of the Royals' 4-run second inning. He allowed a base hit and then retired the next 3 to get out of the second inning, and then pitched a scoreless third. Up the right field line. That's a long run for JD Martinez, and he will get there. Cain fouls out to right, 1 away. This is game 3 of a 9-game homestand for the Royals, which will include Labor Day, and we're going to honor the military with Royals Armed Forces Night presented by Budweiser. That's coming up this Monday. We hope you'll arrive early for a pregame ceremony honoring our servicemen and women. Base hit right field for Eric Hosmer. He's on for a 3rd time. A walk in his first plate appearance, and now singles in his last 2. And that is the 9th hit for the Royals. 1 on, 1 out for Kendrys Morales, and we go to Joel.
Yeah, Ryan, he's been so consistent. He had 1 stretch of 5 games this year without a hit. Other than that, he has 6 2-game streaks without a hit. That's it. Mr. Consistency. He is also homered in 2 straight games. Has never gone 3 straight games without a homer. So a homer here would do that for him. And how about a guess on the last Royal with 3 straight homers? 3 games with homers.
Recently, within the last how many years?
Well, it was actually done 3 times in 2013. Alex Gordon, Mike Moustakas, and the 3rd was a former catcher.
As in he's retired, or he's no longer a catcher anymore?
He's been on a few teams since.
Mike Sweeney.
2 years ago?
Oh.
It's a guy that has played on a lot of teams and is still playing, I think, somewhere. Now, that would rule out Mike Sweeney. There you go, Ryan. George Kataris.
1-1 on Morales, who drove in 2 runs in the first inning with a single. Hitting Zobrist and Cain to the plate, giving Morales 96 runs driven in. He is 1 for 2. Off the knuckles and down for a base hit. So he's without a home run so far, trying to homer in 3 straight games, but he has 2 hits, and the Royals have 2 on with 1 out. And for the Royals, they have 10 hits in the first 4 innings, and they lead the major leagues in 10-hit games. That is their 61st.
Another jam shot. They're able to keep the bat intact. You see the vibration of that? Because it's elevated, he's able to drop it out there.
DraftKings gave us the players to watch tonight. Kendrys Morales has delivered with 2 hits and 2 runs driven in. Go to DraftKings.com, enter the promo code BRoyal to play daily fantasy baseball for free. Johnny Gomes gets another crack at Kyle Ryan with Hosmer at 3rd and 1 out in the second inning. Gomes struck out. A well-placed out would have scored a run, and now he bats with Hosmer at 2nd and Morales at 1st. Off of Ryan's leg, and the bases are loaded with 1 out.
Better check on him. That ball hit him pretty squarely.
Kevin Rand is the Tigers head athletic trainer.
Schinberger. Gomes, man, just flying out of that box. Wanting that base hit.
Hosmer at third, Morales is at second, and Johnny Gomes is at first in a 6-6 tie in the bottom of the fourth inning. If you are on the road and want to stay connected to the Royals, subscribe to MLB.TV Premium for live or on demand on over 400 devices. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking, and more. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Alex Gordon grounded to first against Kyle Ryan 2 innings ago. He walked in the first inning against Matt Boyd. Bases loaded, 1 out. High fly ball, center field. That'll take Ghost to the track, and it will give the Royals the lead. Hosmer comes down from third. The Royals lead 7-6 on the second sac fly of the series for Alex Gordon.
Alex not wasting any time. First pitch, usually with the bases loaded, that pitcher wants to get that strike one ahead of you, and he's waiting on it. Didn't quite get it like he wanted to, but good enough. Being ready, that first pitch is key. He got it. Not enough. See Gomes. Gomes is going to go all the way to second base in case he drops it. He has a chance to get to third, but he's going to have to hustle back.
First and third for Salvador Perez. With that RBI, Alex Gordon has now driven in 516 as a Royal. That ties him for 9th all time with Carlos Beltran. 2 balls and no strikes.
Salvi, nice number, 280, knocking those runs in scoring position.
Crack bat, base hit. Morales scores. The Royals lead by 2. And once again, as they have done all season long, better than any team in the American League, the Royals get a base hit with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position.
They put the ball in play. And we've seen a lot of doinkers, a lot of broken bat base hits tonight, and they're working. Tried to tie Salvi up inside, wasn't working. That bat died a hero, no doubt.
Now 2 on for Cuthbert. Curveball is outside. Cuthbert drove in 4 runs last night. Tonight he has a single and a walk. Gomes is the runner at second. Salvador Perez is at first. And another curveball gets away from Ryan. 2-0. Two and one. Cuthbert hasn't played a lot for the Royals. He's gotten a lot of big hits, driving in 8 runs in his first 10 games.
Cuthbert, he's been locked in. He's having some really good swings tonight. Ryan better be careful.
Ooh, another good one. 2-2. You got to drink your fluids tonight. And it's going to be a long night. 2 hours and 13 minutes, and we're in the bottom of the 4th inning. Got it in on him. Castellanos goes into foul ground and will make the play to end the inning. The Royals last night scored in the first 5 innings, each of the first 5 innings. Tonight they scored in 3 of the first 4 innings and lead 8-6. Quite a night. We have seen a total of 14 runs, a total of 21 hits, 2 home runs, and all that has happened in 2 hours and 15 minutes. And we're just in the top of the 5th inning. A big night on offense for both teams. Both starters left very early. Edinson Volquez went 3. Matt Boyd of the Tigers didn't get out of the 2nd inning. And Chris Young begins his 2nd inning tonight as we welcome in Jeff Montgomery. I got to think there'd be a frustrating night for Edinson Volquez. He was able to get through that tough 1st inning. A scoreless 2nd inning. The team gives him a 3-run lead, but tonight just wasn't his night.
Yeah, he got that 2nd life with that lead, and unfortunately unable to keep that lead. But still, the Royals back in this game, and now it's up to Chris Young.
And the Royals have effectively taken Volquez off the hook with 2 runs in the bottom of the 4th. And now it's Chris Young's game, who has a chance to win his 10th of the year. Been pitching out of the bullpen since the end of July. Young pitched the 4th inning. Anthony Gose had a leadoff single. Young got the next 3. Received an excellent play in center field from Lorenzo Cain. And now he gets Victor Martinez, Nick Castellanos, and Tyler Collins. Just found out a report from the Tigers clubhouse. The x-rays were negative on the right middle finger for Jose Iglesias. That's a relief for him, for Brad Ausmus, and for Tigers fans, as his middle finger got in between a fastball and his bat when he was trying to bunt.
Well, that's going to put him out for maybe a day or two. You know, it just depends on how he can handle it. That's his throwing hand, and that's the middle finger. That'll affect both sides of the ball for him.
Yeah, and Iglesias is such a handsy guy. I mean, he uses those hands so well around second base.
Probably not going to have that fingernail for much longer. 3-1 from Chris Young to Victor Martinez.
Worst one of those I've ever seen was on Pascual Perez's index finger on his pitching hand. He squared around to bunt on Nolan Ryan, and Nolan Ryan hit him right on that pitching finger. Just exploded his finger. It was awful.
That's great, Hud.
Well, look, I just had to tell
Hopefully
you.
the kids have gone to bed on a school night. Leadoff walk to Victor Martinez. And now Young will get Nick Castellanos. Castellanos has had the two biggest hits for the Tigers. In the first inning, Edinson Volquez was very close to getting out of the inning, allowing just the one run, but Castellanos down in the count, jumped on a hanging breaking ball and doubled in two. And then with the Tigers down 6-3 in the third inning with 2 outs, Castellanos singled to right to make it a 6-4 game. The Tigers would score 2 more runs to tie it. And it's not just tonight. Castellanos has been on quite a roll lately. In his last 15 games, he has driven in 13 runs. One and one.
And that at bat during the first inning when he drove in the 2 runs with the double, it was apparent to me that Edinson Volquez did not have as good breaking ball. He was really kind of limited to the fastball changeup, and his changeup wasn't as good as we've seen it, you know, for the majority of this season. So he was really kind of hamstrung out there tonight and unable to get through it.
On the nights when you didn't have your best slider, and here's the breaking ball that stayed up that we were talking about, and then next time he was up, both times trying to go the other way and did so successfully. But on the nights your slider wasn't there, Monty, was it the grip? Was it your mechanics? Was it just the way your arm felt? What was the... I'm
generally,
sure there's many answers to that question, but yeah, generally
mechanics.
Okay.
You're really kind of rushing through your delivery, unable to get the ball out in front of you. Sometimes you're trying to spin the ball too much and it just backs up on you. But when you don't have it, and that's a pitch you rely on, you keep searching for it. You keep trying to go to it. You think it's going to at some point get there, and we've seen that happen with Edinson Volquez, where he's maybe struggled a little bit in the first inning or two, and then he'll find that slider, he'll find that curveball, he'll find that changeup.
Now that ball is down, and Castellanos, if he had anybody in the world other than Victor Martinez running, would have driven in his 4th run of the night. But Martinez, with that bad knee, is only able to go to third base on a double. Castellanos is 3 for 3.
That slider, he just reached out, was able to guide his bat, find that left center field gap. Off balance. Pitch was away. Young thought he executed a good pitch. Castellanos is hot tonight. You can see Victor still nursing that left knee. It's sore.
Well, Tyler Collins with runners at second and third. Laid on a high fastball, 0-1. Collins was part of that 3-run third inning where the Tigers tied the game at 6. Doubled down in the count, and then eventually came around to score what was the tying run in that inning. Same pitch, same result, 0-2.
Yeah, Monty, it's amazing. At 6'10", 260 pounds, a big guy like that, you know, and he's so deceptive. He throws that fastball at 88, 89 miles an hour, but he's able to blow it by guys like it looks like it's 93, 94.
Well, we just saw the slider that Castellanos hits in the gap, but his slider is really a good pitch. It sets up that fastball up, and he does get a lot of the fly balls.
Cuthbert and Colon will give it a look, but it's 7 rows back. And now Luke Hochevar warms up in the Royals bullpen. Hochevar lately has been like a safety valve for the Royals. He has been warming up quite a bit recently, but more times than not has not come into the game because the pitcher has eventually gotten out of the inning, and then the Royals extend their lead in the next half inning, and Ned Yost goes to a different role in the bullpen.
Down on the bullpen, we used to call that a scare.
High slider, 2-2. Three balls, 2 strikes. Did he go? He did. So Young needed a strikeout, and he got it. Second and third and 1 down.
Real nice job of Young here, playing into the aggressiveness of Tyler Collins. Throws a pitch in a full count, not a strike, but he's going to get the strikeout.
You know, Collins, he wanted to knock those runs in the worst way. Good pitch.
One of the best things you can do as a pitcher, understand the situation, know that guy with the bat in his hand. He wants those RBIs because expand the strike zone. Got an open base.
James McCann out in front of the slider. He drove in a run in the 3rd inning. That tied the game at 6. And the Royals got 2 in the bottom of the 4th. RBIs from Gordon and Perez for an 8-6 lead. And McCann has struggled to this point with runners in scoring position, hitting below 200. Down and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. A leadoff walk followed by a double by Castellanos, but he had Victor Martinez running, and all Martinez could do was go to 3rd. And now it's 1-2. Chris Young last inning worked around a leadoff single. A tougher task in this inning, trying to get around a walk followed by a double. And McCann just got a piece of it. Still 1-2.
Young doing a nice job of trying to hold those runners that are in scoring position. This season he's just allowed a 188 average against in these situations. They're 0 for 1 off him tonight.
And he's always got a plan. He's a pro. He understands the situation. He pitches to the situation. Like you mentioned, Hud, not overpowering stuff, but he can get great results because of his plan.
'89. It's about as high as he will go with his fastball, and I'm not talking about the height of that pitch, but the velocity of that pitch. 2-2 on McCann. Popped up. The infield was in, so Zobrist has to go way out. Gomes calls him off. 2 down.
That's exactly what Young wants. He's a fly ball, pop-up type pitcher, and when he's on his game, that's what he does. Excellent job staying in that top part of the zone. Actually, that ended up in the middle, but McCann able to come through. Unable.
Looked like a slider that maybe didn't finish for him. Didn't get it down below the strike zone. And you know, sometimes you hang those sliders. They're so bad they're good, Hud. And I think that might have been a good example.
That's right.
This is the first official at bat for Andrew Romine. He came to the plate in the 3rd inning after Iglesias was hit on the finger on that bunt attempt and inherited an 0-2 count. He swung and missed. But on the scorecard, Iglesias strikes out. Another pop up. Salvador Perez slides. He caught it. No way. And they're putting bubble wrap around the Gold Glove as we speak. On its way to Kansas City.
Ah, you're going to love the hustle. Good timing. And perfect job for Chris Young.
Defensive play of his season, and Chris Young with timely pitches and with Perez's play gets around 2nd and 3rd and nobody out in a 2-run game.
Oh, with the help of that defense, we've witnessed it all year long. The Royals have many weapons, and the defense is one of them. Saving pitchers, making highlight reels, but it's like they compete amongst each other. Great job.
Castellanos backhands and gets Christian Colon for the first out of the bottom of the 5th inning. And now Ben Zobrist. Hit sharply to Cabrera. Zobrist is 2 for 4. Farmland will show us what's cooking at the K with 6 more games on this homestand. Chicago will be here beginning tomorrow night for 3. Buck night and Zombie night tomorrow. Arts night on Saturday. The Mike Sweeney Royals Hall of Fame bobblehead giveaway on Sunday. And then Minnesota's here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I think for the Tigers, win or lose tonight, Zombie night is going to start as soon as this game comes to an end.
I believe that.
Kane out to Castellanos. Out. Royals might want to take a look at that. Tigers are in no hurry to get off the field. Ned Yost is to the top step. And Bill Duplessis, the Royals replay coordinator, believes that first base umpire Eric Cooper got it right, and it appears that he did.
Great hustle.
We have achieved the 6th inning, and the Royals lead 8-6. Dono Ventura has had the best start by far.
Yeah, he has really hit stride. Got off to a nice start of the season. He struggled for a while, but he's really got things back these last 5 home starts. Incredible numbers. Just almost impossible to get a knock against this guy. Looking great. Love the way he's mixing the off-speed pitches, setting it up very nice, getting ahead with the fastball, pitching in, and then putting guys away with the breaking stuff.
Yeah, last 3-4 outings, his curveball has been unbelievable. Sponsored by Honda.
Joining Brett Saberhagen and Kevin Apier as the only Royals pitchers with 11 or more strikeouts in back-to-back starts. Ventura's next start will be on Monday against Minnesota. Luke Hochevar is the third Royals pitcher. He'll get the top of the order in the 6th inning.
That 3.29 ERA has really come down since the beginning of the season. Ned Yost doing a great job of bringing Hochevar back after Tommy John missing all of last season, in which he says was his best season. I think it was just the fact that Hochevar was a part of that wonderful run that the Royals had all the way to the World Series, and this year he's Going to be right in the thick of it.
Well, Luke had been here for so much of those lean years. It's nice to see him have the experience last year, and he's going to be even more involved this year.
Yeah, his fastball is going anywhere from 90 to 97. He cuts that fastball in the low 90s. Nice overhand curve.
Fortunately for Luke Hochevar, there was depth in the bullpen, which allowed Ned Yost to really work him into situations. Didn't have to rush him back, but kind of monitored him and kind of kept up with him and allowed him to get back physically and then put him in those situations. And now he's one of the guys that Ned's relying on big time.
Anthony Gose has homered, walked, and singled. Home run was a leadoff home run tonight against Volquez, his 5th of the year. One ball and 2 strikes. Fastball got him looking at 97.
Hochevar had him guessing, and he just fired the cheese right by him. Goes. You got to go. Good pitch.
One down to Ian Kinsler. He singled and scored back in the 1st inning. He has also fly to the warning track in left field. It's been a wild game. Tigers got 3 in the 1st. The Royals got 2 in the 1st and then 4 in the 2nd for a 6-3 lead. The Tigers got 3 in the 3rd to tie it. And the difference right now is a 2-run Royals 4th inning. Kinsler fights one off and goes the other way, and that ball is going to spin away from Johnny Gomes and off the side wall. And Kinsler rounded second base as if he was going to go for 3, but he holds, and that was the right decision. So he'll be at second base with 1 out.
Another Tiger with a good inside out swing, taking advantage of pitches that are up or out over the plate. Great approach. Kinsler, he had ideas for third base there. It's a good thing. Down 2 runs, don't want to get thrown out. Already in scoring position, especially with this next hitter.
And Miguel Cabrera has a single, a double, and a line out to center field. And he lines to center field again, and there's Kane. 2 down. First play by Kane was Lorenzo's ability to get the out. This time they had Lorenzo in the perfect spot. Rusty Kuntz, that's his job, lining up the outfielders, and he and Kane are smiling at one another from a distance. He put Lorenzo in the perfect position for Miguel Cabrera.
Yeah, when you have a hitter like Cabrera, that situation, Kinsler on second base, you just want to get an out. You don't really care how you get it. I always say it's not how, it's how many. That was a really nice opportunity.
Yeah, and especially a hitter like Cabrera, you know he's going to make some solid contact. You just hope he gets himself out, and he did.
Two down to J.D. Martinez. Curveball is in for a strike. Another breaking ball. Deep short, Colon jumps, throws, got him at first base, just in case. Hosmer threw to the plate. That's a heads-up play by Hosmer, just in case the runner was safe. And now the Tigers are going to want to take a look at it. But if the call stands or it's confirmed, that's a great play by Colon to end the 6th inning.
You better believe it, man. That's 2 consecutive innings that would be ended by outstanding plays. Colon getting some air, elevation, staying on top of the ball allows you to get a little bit of something on it, and oh, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, well, tough to tell there because Hosmer went out of the frame. Omar Vizquel thought that he was safe. Tough there because you can't tell when the glove or the ball hit the back of the glove. And the Tigers will ask the umpires to take another look at it.
It almost looked like a tie. We'll see.
That would be good for the Royals.
Kinsler flying around that bag, you know, not taking anything for granted. Haas put the throw in there, looked like he beat it at the plate. So if he's safe, that you got to count that run.
One of those plays where it looked like he was safe, but was there an angle that clearly showed that he was safe?
Christian Colon with a play of the night. Beautiful.
Kyle Ryan pitching out of the bullpen for the Tigers. He came on in the second inning in relief of Matt Boyd. Ryan was a September call-up for the Tigers, and in the minor leagues he was a starter. All 17 appearances were as a starter. So that's a nice luxury for Brad Ausmus to have in a game like this when his starter had to come out in the second inning. Hosmer flies out to Ghost. That's the first time Hosmer has been set down tonight. One down in the bottom of the sixth inning.
Let's take a look at this play again by Colon. He's playing straight up. If ball's topped, 2-3 hopper. Now you got to get on top. You go ahead and jump and get some leverage with that left foot. Stay on top with the throw. Helps you with that angle to get a little something on it. Just in time. Nice call by first base umpire Eric Cooper. It stood.
And the email from New York after viewing all relevant angles, not to be confused with irrelevant angles. The replay official could not definitively determine that the batter runner's foot touched first base prior to the ball contacting the interior of the fielder's glove. So there was no angle that could prove that the foot hit before it hit the back of the glove, although there were a couple of angles where, again, this goes back to, I think, the difference between last year and this year. There were a few angles that it sure looked like he was safe, but in my opinion they have been a little more strict this year with so-called clear and convincing evidence. Kendrys Morales has a 3-hit game. And the Royals have a 13-hit game. Remember, we're just in the bottom of the sixth inning, which is our Sonic Slam inning. Our contestant is Karen Moore from Blue Springs. If the Royals hit a home run in this inning, Karen wins $600. And if the Royals hit a grand slam out of the park, Karen wins $25,000 from Sonic and the Kansas City Royals. Now Johnny Gomes will get a third crack at Kyle Ryan. Gomes 1 for 3 overall tonight. And now 2 for 4, and 2 of those hits coming against Kyle Ryan. Morales to third, and now the ball gets away from Ghost. Morales will score. Gomes has a double for a second consecutive night, and the Royals lead is 3.
Boy, it's difficult to sneak a piece of cheese by Gomes, man. I'll tell you, he's looking for something up there out over the middle. He can do exactly what he did. Ryan gave him a cookie. Look at how short and compact that stroke is. And welcome to the Royals. That's a beautiful stroke. Ghost tried to slide and stop it. Good effort, but he's kicked it to the wall. That allowed Morales to score, bringing the mail home all the way from first base.
And with the ball getting by Gomes, David Boyce, our official scorer, recognized that Mike Jershely was waving Kendrys Morales home anyway, so no error. It's a double and an RBI. And now Dyson runs for Gomes. He'll be at second base with 1 out.
Gomes just does not miss a first pitch fastball, particularly from the lefty.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't get that cheese by it. You know, it's nice to see. I was watching Alex Gordon because there could have been a play at the plate on Morales, and I was watching the on-deck hitter, and Alex did exactly what on-deck hitter's supposed to do: go up there and tell him to stay up or slide. So you got to have some eyes for you when the play's behind you. So Alex was right there, telling him to stay up. Didn't have to slide.
Guys, how about the difference this team is with Ben Zobrist and Johnny Gomes when left-handers are on the mound?
That's a good point, because that, if you wanted to pick an Achilles heel for the Royals for the first half and even into the second half, it was facing a left-hand pitcher, and now The Royals have neutralized that.
Right, even tonight's starter Matt Boyd had a really nice game earlier in the year against the Royals in his first start as the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah, and the White Sox happen to be bringing 2 lefties in. John Danks and Jose Quintana. Royals are hot against the lefties.
Two and one on Alex. Royals have now scored 9 or more runs in consecutive games. Of course, they scored 12 last night. And the last time the Royals had 9 or more runs in back-to-back games was against the Tigers in June of last season in Detroit. That was a big series. The Royals took 3 out of 4 in that series to move into first place. Back to Ryan, and Dyson advances to third base. He got a pretty good break going from second to third. Normally, the runner's not going to try and advance there, and Ryan took a look at third base, determined he did not have a play, and got Alex Gordon.
Hey, you know, he made the right play there. He's looking for outs. There's no doubt about it. He's not worried that's the second out, but you know, when you have that kind of speed, you can apply the pressure.
Al Albuquerque comes on for the Tigers. The Royals lead 9-6 in the bottom of the 6th. At third base with 2 down. Salvador Perez is coming up, and as promised earlier in the game, we have selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game, and we thank Josh for his photo from looks like the Royals dugout. Send in yours to #KC for a chance to have it featured in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Perez has driven in a run tonight. That was a 2-out RBI single in the 4th inning. Albuquerque throws a strike.
Start him off with a changeup. He's got a good fastball, 90 to 95 miles an hour, good slider. Ouch. That caught McCann on the right thumb.
Chopped over the mound. Kinsler was guarding the middle. He'll sling it over to first base to end the inning. Johnny Gomes drives in Kendrys Morales, and at the end of 6, the Royals have their second 3-run lead of the game. High-speed internet. The U-verse revolves around you. Call 1-800-PIC-ATT. By your Midwest Ford dealers. Visit your MidwestFordDealers.com. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price every day. We are 1 minute shy of 3 hours into tonight's game, and we have completed 6 innings. Paulo Orlando will move into left field. So Alex Gordon is done for the night. Gerard Dyson ran for Johnny Gomes. He will go into center field. And Lorenzo Cain goes from center to right. The Tigers have had a 3-run lead. The Royals have had 2 3-run leads. Tigers tied the game after the Royals' first 3-run lead. This is the deciding game of the series, and the Royals are going for their 8th consecutive home series victory.
And you know, with the outfield shifting around like that, Ned bringing in Gerard Dyson to run for Gomes and moving Cain to right, we're going to see a lot more of that as the season comes down to an end. Because with the Royals having the lead, this defense worked well for them last season deep into the postseason, as Nori Aoki was the right fielder, and they would bring Dyson in and let him play center and let Lorenzo Cain play right. Ned wanting his best defense out there, best legs.
And then this year, when Dyson would come into the game later, Ned Yost did not do that and was asked why. And his reasoning was he feels like even though he hasn't won a Gold Glove, that Lorenzo Cain is a Gold Glove caliber center fielder, so he wanted his best center fielder in center field as often as possible in the early games. But now, for the defensive upgrade, Dyson is most comfortable in center field. Cain is comfortable anywhere you play him. And it takes a little strain off of Cain's legs being in right rather than center.
And Paulo Orlando, who's in left replacing Gordon, has opened a lot of eyes with the Royals organization. His speed, he's a great former track star in Brazil, gets to a lot of balls.
Okay, he's talking about Dyson on the corner outfield. If you go back to early in the season, he really struggled, especially in right field. but he's really improved dramatically defensively. So I think Ned feels comfortable playing him anywhere, but center field definitely is his best position.
And even though you put your best outfielder in center field, it's also the easiest outfield position to play. And by the way, if you like to score the game, they have changed that last play from a pass ball to a wild pitch.
Yeah, but you know that with this spacious outfield here at Kauffman Stadium, they have lined this team up perfectly with outfield speed and athletes, guys that can really run down mistakes. If there's any air underneath that ball that goes in the outfield, it's caught. And that was one of the reasons why they went all the way to the World Series last year.
And a huge reason to play for home field.
That's right. And Ned Yost did all he could and was very successful by winning that All-Star game, keeping the American League home field.
And on that topic, Toronto did not play today, so if the Royals can hang on, their lead for best record in the American League would move to 6 games. Nick Castellanos has had a big night tonight. 2 doubles, a single, a run scored, and 3 driven in. Cologne, tough hop, throws from the grass. Hosmer came off the bag and tagged out Castellanos.
There's gold all over that Royals infield. Salvador Perez, Hosmer, they wear the gold. Hosmer's hands and his feet are unbelievable. Look at the athleticism there. He's able to really go with any ball that's thrown. He knows exactly what to do. Spins. Fun to watch. And the fact that he can throw over there at first base, pretty impressive.
That ball goes into center field, and again with Victor Martinez running, the best he can do is go to third base on the second hit tonight from Tyler Collins. Put runners at first and third with 1 out.
Seeing Luke Hochevar start to get a few balls up in the strike zone now. Gonna start working down. Got a ground ball, but still finds a hole.
Cologne comes over and gives Hosmer a little glove bump. Thank you. Thank you for handling that throw and getting the out. Two innings ago, when it was a 2-run game, the Royals led 8-6. Chris Young, because Victor Martinez was running, pitched a scoreless inning and worked around second and third and nobody out. And now Hochevar will try and work around first and third with 1 out. James McCann singled in a run in the Tigers' 3-run third inning. Slider or cut fastball in for a strike. Look at that, a combined 29 opportunities with a runner in scoring position tonight.
A lot of action.
That's why we see a lot of crooked numbers hanging on that scoreboard tonight. 5 of them.
outside. She hung in there as long as she could. But Mama is not going to miss the end of this game. One and two on McCann.
That's a nice play in the upper deck. Looks like their buddies fought over it.
The other guy already had a ball.
What's up with that? High fives all around.
Collins runs, and that's a big play because that could have been an ending double play. Martinez scores on the ground out. McCann is driven in two, and now we're back to a 2-run game. Royals lead is now 9-7. Runner at second base to Andrew Romine. To center field, right at Dyson. He squeezes it. The Tigers get a run. It is stretch time at Kauffman Stadium. The Royals lead 9-7.
Around the league, light day of action. Minnesota loses a big game. They needed that. Washington blasts Atlanta. Pittsburgh loses 5-3, and Colorado right now up 9-3. The Giants just swept this week by the Dodgers, so they are really in trouble. 6.5 back of the Dodgers. And how about that home run? 1 of 2 from Carlos Gonzalez in that game, 34th and 35th. His first homer was against Ryan Vogelsong, the pitcher, who had actually homered in the game too. So light day of action coming up on Boulevard Royals Live. We'll talk about the Royals scoring 9 or more runs in back-to-back games for the second time this year. Lots of offense again. We'll tell you about Edinson Volquez's struggles, hear from Ned Yost, and much more coming up on what we assume will be the late night edition of Boulevard Royals Live.
Thank you, Joel. Chesler Cuthbert will lead off against Al Albuquerque, and he's ahead in the count. 3 balls, no strikes. Cuthbert also led off the second inning and singled and scored a run. San Francisco running out of time, and in their situation they're going to have to win the division to get to the postseason because they're quite a ways back in the wild card. Cuthbert begins the 7th inning with a walk.
I don't think any Royals fans would be disappointed by that. Keep Baumgartner and them Giants out of the tournament.
You don't think so? You don't think Royals fans would like another shot at the Giants?
Oh, well, they'll take whoever they get. If they can get that far, let's hope so.
Cuthbert on for the 3rd time. Colon takes a strike. He singled and scored in the 2nd inning. And now thinking about putting down a bunt to get Cuthbert to second base. 1-1. And now bunted foul, and it's 1-2 on Colon. Royals were out early today with Rusty Kuntz working on their bunting.
You know, coaches, they have a tough job. They get to the ballpark early in the afternoon, stay all night, and they work. And when the rosters expand in September, when you get all these other guys coming up, that just increases their workload. And they want to work those guys. They want to get them out early before games, work on infield, bunting, throws, catchers working their throws in there. I mean, so it's a full-time job those guys have.
Squirted foul. And it happens so often with the minor league call-up where a player's role completely changes. In the minor leagues, he may be groomed as a 3, 4, 5 hitter, so they don't want him bunting in the minor leagues. They want him to swing the bat in situations like this. But when you come here, and in a situation the Royals are in, you might be a 6, 7, or 8 hitter, and your job will be to do something like lay down a bunt, something you hardly did at all in the minor leagues.
And Ned Yost talks about his players that are coming up, all these new guys, and why they're here. Well, they're here to help us win games. So any way they can.
Another foul ball, still 2-2 on Colon.
And it's so different with a team like the Royals that have a nice cushion in first place. These guys are coming up, and they're going to continue to try to help him. But, you know, for other organizations, teams that are out of the race, those are auditions for those young players. Those guys are looking for a job for the next year. So not necessarily with the Royals, but they can have a huge impact and open some eyes.
3-2 on Colon.
Studying those signs of third base coach Mike Jershely. He gets the signs from the manager in the dugout.
Cuthbert runs, and Colon singles to right field. Cuthbert is going to run on J.D. Martinez, and the throw is up the line. So that feels good. He didn't get the bunt down, but he does even better. A base hit puts runners at first and third and nobody out.
Second hit of the night, doing the little things. Colon doing the big things on defense. And with a bat there. Way to go. Find that hole wide open there. Cuthbert going to take a little peek. J.D. Martinez, he's got a good arm. He loves to throw that ball. He's got 14 outfield assists. McCann giving the infielders signs in case Colon tries to steal second base. So he wants to alert him and give him the sign on what he's going to do with it. Is he going to throw through to second base? Is he going to try to pick off at third, or is he going to just do a pump fake?
Zobrist takes a big rip. He has another multi-hit game. In the first 2 innings tonight, he had 2 hits, 2 runs scored, and an RBI. He is 2 for 4, and his 2 outs were well hit. Inside, 1-1. Tigers just got a run in the top of the 7th to make it a 2-run game. And the Royals get a run right back. 10-7 KC. Zobrist has a 3-hit game. He has 2 RBIs. And the Royals have 16 hits tonight.
You can't stop him. Zobrist. He's finding holes all over the diamond. Continuing to produce in that Royals uniform. Taking advantage of every mistake at 96, top of the zone. Fine, I'll pull my hands in and keep the barrel above him and stay on top of that ball.
Still no outs. Royals in the first inning scored 2 runs, and in that inning the first 4 reached. They scored 4 in the second inning. In that inning the first 5 reached. 2-0 on Kane. And now here we are in the 7th inning. The Royals have a run, and the first 3 have reached. Lorenzo Cain has a career high 11-game hitting streak. Fooled by an Albuquerque pitch. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Yep, and those pitches are fastball, slider, changeup. That little slider there worked. Had him guessing.
Three and 1.
Lorenzo Cain keeps on rolling. Hitting that ball where it's pitched, showing some power. Really elevating himself into that MVP category, especially with the Royals anyway. Takes another walk.
And now the first 4 have reached in this inning, and Brad Ausmus makes another trip to the mound with Hosmer coming up. Albuquerque got the final out of the 6th inning, but he allows the first 4 to reach in the 7th. And Tom Gorzolani comes on with the bases loaded and nobody out. They're legends, icons, and warriors. And starting next week, two of the biggest names in the UFC will face off as coaches, as interim featherweight champion Conor McGregor and Uriah Faber join an all-new season of The Ultimate Fighter. The mayhem begins Wednesday only on Fox Sports 1. Tom Gorzolani comes on to face Eric Hosmer.
He's got a rather high ERA, 6.68. Opponent's average 3.01. Sinking fastball, 90-95. Slider and a changeup.
Base hit right field. Everyone will move up one base. Cologne scores, and the Royals lead is 11-7. And for Eric Hosmer, that's his third hit tonight.
Hosmer not messing around. He's looking for that first pitch. Looked like it was a slider. Stayed up, and he was able to pull it. Good head right there, head staying down on it. Off the end of the bat. He'll take it.
Fouled away by Kendrys Morales. Like Hosmer, he has a 3-hit game. Royals have a 17-hit game. Two more runs driven in for Morales. That was back in the first inning, giving him 96 on the year. Swing and a miss. Ball got away from McCann. Zobrist made a move but decides to hold, and it is 0-2. Of the 96 RBIs for Kendrys Morales, he has chipped in for 93 amongst all DHs for the Royals this year. Last season, all Royals DHs combined for 59 RBIs, and we still have more than 4 weeks of this season to go.
Oh, man. Serious upgrade. Morales carrying the load. Royals did an excellent job in spring training, giving Morales at bats. He played every single game in spring training. 80-90 at bats he got in the spring. That's a lot of ABs. They want to make sure his timing was there, and sure enough, he is raking.
Blasted left field. Collins is back, and it's off the screen. 2-run score. Here comes Hosmer. Relay to the plate. Hosmer is going to be out. That's out number 1. Morales drives in 2 more, and the Royals lead 13-7.
Fans really loving this one. They don't care how long it goes. They're not going anywhere. They love the action. Morales. And it jammed him, or it looks like it hit it off the end of his bat. He didn't get all this, that's for sure, but enough to get in a couple runs. And Jershely tried to score Hosmer from first base, and why not? Just bring them all around. Hosmer got a good jump. That's the reason why Jershely is able to send him. But they got the out at the plate.
Four runs driven in for Morales. That gives him 98 on the year. Going for his second career 100 RBI season. Here's Dyson with 1 out. No swing, 2 balls and no strikes. Dyson hits for the first time. 4 hits for Morales, and now the Royals have tied a season high with 18 hits. Royals scored 12 last night. They have come up with 13 tonight. against the Tigers. And this is where the Tigers have had their biggest problems this season on the mound. Even before the game started tonight, the Tigers were last in the league in team ERA. Dyson takes a strike, 3-1. They continue to have bullpen problems. They have the highest bullpen ERA in the American League. Full count.
Orioles, he got a tough angle with that delivery he's got. Kind of a crossfire, making it tough on lefties.
Strike 3, and Dyson is the second out. Verhagen is ready in the Tiger bullpen. First at bat for Paulo Orlando. The Detroit Tigers team ERA in their last 10 games is 8.49. It's the team ERA. Good swing by Paulo Orlando. Gorzelani is from Illinois, but he started his college career at KU. And he, like many other Tigers in particular, have struggled away from Comerica Park. Highest team ERA on the road, and by a pretty wide margin, with the next team being Minnesota, and the Royals will see them on this homestand. That's hit well into left center field. Gose is at the track. He's at the wall. Paulo Orlando goes deep again. It is a 6-run 7th inning, and the Royals have scored 15 runs in 7 innings.
It is a hit-a-thon here tonight. You could tell that little slider had just stayed out over the middle of the plate. Paulo dropped the head on that ball, man. That was beautiful. Good swing, short, compact, flipped that bat down. Knew it had a chance. Great catch by the fan out there in left center. Paulo, he got every bit of that.
Salvador Perez takes low, ball 1. Salvador Perez is out. The Royals send 9 to the plate. They score 6 runs. The Royals have scored 27 runs in the last 2 games with 6 home runs. Top of the 8th inning. Royals lead 15-7. It's the first time they've scored 15 runs in over 4 years. Got to go back to July 3rd of 2011. A season high 19 hits. Remember, the Royals scored 12 runs last night. They did that in the first 5 innings. They scored in each of the first 5 innings, and now tonight they have scored in 5 of 7 innings.
Yeah, incredible. They're feeding off of last night, man. Everybody's just continuing to stay hot. It just doesn't matter who it is.
Wade Davis was warming up as the Royals batted in the bottom of the 7th inning. It was a 2-run game when the inning began, and Ned Yost doesn't like to warm up the back end of his bullpen and not use them, so we might see an HDH tonight, just a little different version with Hochevar, Davis, and then Holland might come in just to get some work.
Yep. How about that 0.99 ERA? Oh man, he's one of the best. He'll go 97 with that pitch, that fastball there at 96. Low 90s with his cutter, overhand curve.
Look out. And hit the screen in front of his own dugout. Strike 3 called. Ghost strikes out for a second time tonight. 1 down in the 8th inning. Our sprint cuts of the game will show you some of the best defensive plays by the Royals tonight.
Every game it seems like there's 1 or 2 spectacular plays, and look at this play by the Gold Glover, Salvador Perez, getting Chris Young off the hook, and then this fantastic play to end the inning in back-to-back innings. Colon, long throw, he's out on the replay.
Ryan Holiday is going to bat for Ian Kinsler. No balls, 1 strike.
That play Salvi finished off that inning. They had 2nd and 3rd, nobody out, and Chris Young and defense worked their way out of it and qualifies Young for the W tonight.
0-2 on Holiday. He was a September call-up for the Tigers. He is a catcher. Got an at-bat last night and grounded out in the 9th inning against Scott Alexander, who is making his big league debut. That's lifted into shallow right center field. Dyson is there, 2 down. Royals begin a new series tomorrow night. The Chicago White Sox are in town for 3. Chris Medlin will be making his 3rd start and going up against John Danks, who has been outstanding in his career against the Royals. 6:30 with Hy-Vee Royals Live. The first pitch is at 7:10. We'd like to see you here in person, as we will have Buck Night Saturday night at 6:10 against Chicago. Sunday afternoon to wrap up the White Sox series, and then Minnesota's here for 3 beginning on Monday. Alex Avila will hit for Miguel Cabrera, and Davis flips a curve in for strike 1.
You'd think they might save a few hits for tomorrow night, but you tell hitters that and they say, we're greedy.
Oh, and 2 on Avila.
Boy, Davis is very smooth windup. He's able to repeat his delivery every single time. His command is impeccable. He hits his spots wherever he wants to. The cutter is a really effective pitch for him, especially in on lefties. A nice overhand curveball.
Wade Davis with a 1-2-3, 2 strikeout 8th inning.
Ooh. Waiter, check please.
Brought to you by Miller Lite.
Well, Lorenzo Cain, he's staying hot, keeping that streak alive, that hitting streak, and 14th home run field. Those muscles believe it. Johnny Golds, he checked in with a beautiful double left center field. And Morales, he added with a couple of ribbies with that nice swing. And 4 RBIs on the night. Paulo Orlando said, hey, look, don't forget about me. 6th home run, slider down, excellent swing. Great catch by the fan, and the Kansas City Royals a little beat down on the Motown Tigers.
Chop to third. One hop to Castellanos. Chesler Cuthbert is out. Facing Drew Verhagen, who is the Tigers' 5th pitcher. Good night otherwise for Cuthbert. On base 3 times and 2 runs scored.
He's staying hot. With Moustakas nursing a slight little sore in his hamstring, he might just go ahead and let him play against some other lefties that are coming up. 2 more lefties coming.
And 2 from Verhagen to Christian Colon, who has scored 2 runs.
That's a good curveball by Verhagen. He's got a good fastball. He'll go mid-90s with it. Changeup to go with it. And there's a routine play.
Romine throws out Colon, 2 away. It will be Miguel Almonte in the top of the 9th inning. Made his big league debut in Game 1 on Tuesday. Allowed a 2-run home run to Kinsler, which ended up being a big hit. Ben Zobrist with 2 down. A 3-hit game for Ben Zobrist. 3 singles, 3 runs scored, and he's driven in 2. Zobrist has a 3-hit game. Eric Hosmer has a 3-hit game. Kendrys Morales has a 4-hit game. And the Royals have a season high 19 hits tonight. They have scored in 5 of their first 7 at bats. 2-2 from Verhagen to Zobrist. A couple of outfielders who are out of the game now. Johnny Gomes started in right field. Alex Gordon in left. They have both chipped in tonight. Hard hit, base hit right field. So Zobrist joins Morales with a 4-hit game. And for the Royals, they have 20 hits tonight against the Tigers.
Way to make it a nice round number. Whoo-wee. Speaking of numbers, a lot of crooked ones up there for the Royals. Look at that. 20 hits.
Terrence Gore is going to bat for Lorenzo Cain. Gore got in the game on Tuesday and was 0 for 1, and that was just his 2nd major league at bat, so this is just his 3rd. Last season he appeared in 11 games for the Royals during the regular season, but only had 1 at bat, almost exclusively a pinch runner. In the postseason, he played in 6 games and did not have a single at bat. Down here, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
What a weapon off the bench he is. Be nice to see him. See if you can get him his first big league hit. Hard sinkers from Verhagen.
Out at first, and that's the inning. So the Royals are scoreless for just the third time tonight. And we head to the ninth inning. Miguel Almonte will take the mound with the Royals leading by 8.
Pitcher, another rookie, Miguel Almonte, made his major league debut last night. It didn't go great, a hit and a home run in a close game, but he said he got tons of messages from family and friends back in the Dominican that said, don't worry about that, you finally made it to the big leagues. Talking to Miguel today, guys, and found out something very interesting on him. You always hear about young Dominican pitchers growing up wanting to be Pedro Martinez, but Miguel, when he was in Little League, had a different favorite player. People were telling him his mechanics and his build reminded them of Edinson Volquez with the Cincinnati Reds. That was his favorite player. Now he's a teammate of Edinson's. And he also said that when he was signed by the Royals and went to their academy, a scout, Victor Baez, said to him, you look a little bit like someone that's already here. You look like you could be the next Yordano Ventura.
Wow. High praise.
And Ventura was so good last night in the Royals' 12-1 victory, so he's watching Almonte.
He's got a fastball, that's for sure. We saw some 98 from his arm last night. A nice curveball over the top, and he's got a good changeup.
Rajay Davis hits for the first time into the game defensively last half inning. Last time the Royals had back-to-back games like this, 12 runs last night, 15 runs tonight. You have to go back to 1999. 16 years ago, the Royals had back-to-back games with 12 or more runs. Changeup. Davis strikes out, and a good start to the inning for Almonte.
There it is. It's a really good pitch for such a young pitcher. I mean, that's a field pitch, not an easy execution there, but man, perfect spot.
That was his first big league strikeout, so the MLB authenticator got that ball and put a stamp on it. And Almonte will have that on his mantle forever. Zobrist, perfect spot, and throws out Victor Martinez from shallow right field. Royals, with a win tonight, will have 82 wins, so That will secure a winning season, a third consecutive winning season. And it would help the Royals accomplish something they have never done in franchise history, and that would be to go from game 1 until game 162 above 500. And they will be the only major league team this year to accomplish that. Every other team now with a winning record at some point was below 500. It could have been 0-1 or 1-2 on the season, but the Royals are the only team in baseball that have been above 500 the entire season. Last year, the Dodgers were the only team to accomplish that. Paulo Orlando to the sidewall. It's backing out of play. Take that back. Not the Dodgers. It was the Tigers last year were the only team that went from game 1 to 162 above 500. Crowd tonight of 29,409, which is thinned out quite a bit as we are just 8 minutes shy of a 4-hour game. It took 3 hours tonight to play 6 innings. And the two teams combined to score 12 runs in the first 3 innings. Still 1-2. Minnesota lost this afternoon at home against Chicago, so the Royals lead in the Central will be 12.5. Toronto did not play, so the Royals lead for best record in the American League will move to 6 games. Another foul ball by Castellanos.
Almonte keeping that ball down. Well, he looks sharp tonight.
Wasn't the ideal situation for his big league debut, but he got it out of the way.
That's right.
Probably feels completely different on the mound tonight.
And he looks different.
Two and 2, 97 from Almonte. And now full count. Tyler Collins is on deck. Volquez, Joel just shared with us, Almonte's hero when he was growing up. He had a tough start. He gave up 6 runs in 3 innings. But the Royals bullpen from that point forward did their part and then some. Chris Young, 2 scoreless innings. Luke Hochevar gave up 1 run in 2 innings. Wade Davis a scoreless inning, and now Almonte is trying to give the Royals bullpen another scoreless inning. Inside, and Castellanos is on for the 4th time.
Explosive fastball. Man, that thing moves.
She's a trooper.
She's a little tired.
Don't worry, sweetheart. Not every 9-inning game goes 4 hours.
That's right.
Royals' previous longest 9-inning game this year was 3 hours and 45 minutes, a game with the Angels. And right now we're 4 minutes shy of 4 hours. Collins misses a fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, that has some really good movement away into righties, away from lefties. Four-seamer's got some good bite.
Change up at 91 miles an hour.
Oof. That's Kelvin Herrera territory there. Herrera out with the chicken pox now. He has a change up at 89, 90 miles an hour.
Butera fell down, recovers, throws, and it hits the tarp. And the runners will move up. So we'll have to wait a little longer for the final out of the game. Why not? It is a single, an error on Butera, which allows Castellanos to go second to third and Collins to go first to second.
Yeah, Butera lost his footing, and then he was able to recover and just looked like he rushed that throw a little. Ah, rats. Would have been tough. Collins runs well.
Pretty surprising in a 15-7 game, which is 3 minutes shy of 4 hours. We've seen 34 hits, and that's the first error of the game.
Yeah. Clean.
Oh, and 1 on James McCann. He has driven in 2 runs tonight. Pitch number 20 in this inning for Almonte, and it's grounded foul. What a game. To think that this all started with the Tigers getting 3 in the first inning, then the Royals led 6-3. Tigers tied it at 3. The Royals continued to just run away from Detroit and put the game away with a 6-run bottom of the 7th inning. Miguel Almonte closes it out with a 2 strikeout scoreless 9th inning. The Royals take the series 2-1, and for a 3rd consecutive year the Royals have a winning record. It is the first time in Royals history they will go game number 1 to game number 162 with a winning record. Their lead is 13 in the Central. Their lead for the best record in the American League is 6, and now the magic number is down to 17. And with the best home record in the American League, the Royals have now won 9 consecutive home series.
And you just gotta love the offense in these last 2 games, just really going off. I mean, hitting balls everywhere, staying inside, going to the opposite field, a hitting clinic. And you know, what more can you say about Kendrys Morales? The designated hitter for the Royals this year is just tearing it up. Both sides of the plate, it really doesn't matter. He says, you know what, I'm going to knock in a couple more runs. 4 steaks on the night. That's RBI ribeye steaks. That's right. And he's driving that bus.
And before we can get it down to Joel, Morales is soaked. And Joel, you had better footwork tonight after getting soaked last night. Nice job.
Well, I was following Pedro's lead. I think we ran pretty well there, Pedro. I got maybe 1 drop. Kendrys Morales, 4 hits, 4 RBI, 3 runs on the game. How crazy was this night?
¿Cómo te sentiste esta noche? Estaba loco la noche. Bueno, me sentí bastante bien en el home plate, ¿no? Hice bastante ajuste hoy y nada, me salieron las cosas bien.
He felt really good at the plate. He made some adjustments prior to the game, and today, lucky, thank God, everything came out okay.
It looks like you feel good at the plate every night. How do you stay so consistent?
Parece que tú te sientes bien todas las noches. ¿Cómo tú te quedas tan consistente?
Bueno, nunca me paro de trabajar, ¿no? Y yo creo que ese es el factor fundamental que me ha ayudado tanto todos los días en el juego.
It's all about work ethic. He never stops working, trying to get better every day, and continues to make adjustments.
What about this team and the ability to bounce back, scoring 6 runs in the first 2 after going down?
El equipo que la habilidad de poder hacer 6 carreras después de darle la carrera esa, ¿qué tú piensas de este equipo?
Bueno, que estamos metidos dentro del juego de pelota, ¿no? Siempre estamos agresivos, que eso es un factor fundamental en el juego, y nos salen las cosas bien por eso, ¿no?
This club never stops being aggressive. We're never down and out. No matter how many runs we're behind, we feel confident enough to be able to make a comeback, and we have the ability to do it.
Last thing, the final double, 2 RBIs. If it goes out, it's a grand slam and 100 RBIs on the year. Did you think it was gone?
Que si la bota son 100 carreras en púa, que si tú pensabas que se había ido.
No, no tuve buena extensión en el swing, no. Le di la maceta de bate, pero no pude extender bien los brazos.
He didn't think it was gone. He wasn't able to extend. He knew he hit the ball hard, but he didn't get the extension he wanted.
You want to say goodnight to all these people?
Que si quiere decirle buenas noches a esta gente. Dile
good night.
There you go. Kendrys Morales, and perhaps tomorrow he will hit that 100 RBI mark.
Well, the Royals hit a couple of marks tonight. A season-high 15 runs, a season-high 20 hits, and Salvador Perez hit the mark, soaking Kendrys Morales before we could hear a single word from him. Royals win the series. We'll be right back.